Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. Now, please join me in standing as a video plays the national anthem, and then remain standing and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance together.
Raise it, arms! Order, arms!
Okay, now's the time for our moment of solemn expression, and we're happy to be joined tonight for that by Pastor Matthew Hambrick from Costa Mesa First United Methodist Church. So, Pastor Hambrick, you have the floor.
Mayor, council, friends, thank you for having me. Let us pray. Our gracious and loving God, we thank you for our neighbors and friends who work and live in Costa Mesa. We thank you for those who are called to lead and those who are called to support our beautiful city. May you use their work this evening to make this a more just and verdant place to live and thrive. Use our city councilors and our mayor and all of our city workers to make things always move toward a better end. May we work toward mutual understanding and toward the common good. Guide us, use us in love and hope and grace. Amen.
Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present.
Excellent, thank you. And City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing to report from closed session this evening.
All right. So we have two presentations today. The first is the presentation recognizing the 2024 Newport Mesa Unified School District students that are enlisting in the military. And I'm going to read some remarks. We're going to have a presentation. We're going to have Councilmember Marr, who's a veteran herself, make some remarks, and our city manager as well, whose son is in the Navy as we speak, in active duty. So before I start my remarks, I just want to let you know that in Costa Mesa there are 10 Costa Mesa High and Estancia, 10 students who enlisted. 8 of those 10 are enlisting in the Marines, and 2 in the Army. So, and we don't have here the Costa Mesa students from Newport Harbor or Corona Del Mar, and I know there are some from Newport Harbor, so we'll make sure to recognize them. We're going to provide all of those students with a certificate. Now for my remarks. So, Costa Mesa has a proud and rich history when it comes to the United States military. From Pearl Harbor survivor and former Mayor Jack Hammett to the U.S. Navy Academy graduate and current 3rd District Council member Andrea Marr. City Hall, Vanguard, and the Fairgrounds, all the place where we are right now, were once part of the Santa Ana Army Air Base. Additionally, many residents and city employees have served in combat or active duty, and we thank them for their service. With this proud history in mind, we invited the 2024 Newport Mesa graduates joining the military to be with us tonight so we can acknowledge and thank them for their commitment and give them a blessing and send them off onto their military duty. These exceptional students have bravely enlisted in the United States Marine Corps and Army, and we as a community are profoundly grateful for their selfless service, and we wholeheartedly wish them a safe and fulfilling military career. With us tonight is 2024 Estancia High School graduates Spencer Bantel and Jonah Birza, who have enlisted in the Marine Corps. Spencer and Jonah, please come on up to the podium. We have some remarks to make for you and a presentation. And then as I said, we're going to give you a blessing. I don't see Spencer now. Like I said, there's others. Jonah, it's nice to see you. You're very welcome here, and thank you for embarking on this. The other students, many of them, I think, may be already deployed. Who knows? But Councilmember Marr, I'm going to give you the floor to make some remarks to Jonah. Oh, I give you the floor. I need to give you the mic. There you go.
Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations. I'm addressing you, but also all of the other Costa Mesans who have volunteered to serve their country. This will be challenging and rewarding, and will shape a huge part of the man that you become in your life. I had a tremendously wonderful, but also really life-changing experience when I served in the Navy. I absolutely think it made me the person that I am today. So I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for serving our country. It is people like you who are the best of us. So I appreciate you.
All right. And so we're going to call Chief Lawrence and Assistant Fire Chief Pyle up to provide a presentation of challenge coins to you. But before we do, I want to give the floor to our city manager, who, like I said, has her own son on active duty right now, to say a few words to you, Jonah.
I just wanted to thank you so much for your leadership and your courage as a mom that has a son right now in the Navy that enlisted just last year, active duty, and he's in Japan, in Okinawa at the Naval Hospital. I can tell you just how proud I am of you and this bold decision, just to have the courage to do this, to actually be a leader, to decide that you are willing to defend our country's freedoms that we cannot take for granted. It is because of people like you that we get to enjoy the freedoms that we have, which are plenty and are the model of so many countries around the world. We have set the foundation for democracy throughout the entire globe. I can tell you that when my son went, he came back just even from boot camp. I could see the difference in his leadership ability. You're going to learn so much. Your parents are going to miss you. Your family's going to miss you terribly. There'll be a lot of crying and tears. There may have been already. I know there was for me, but the sense of responsibility that you're taking on and the courage, I can tell you as a mom, my heart is full for your family. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to your family for raising such an incredible leader. God bless you always, to protect you, to give you the wisdom to know the right decisions and to follow your command into the great places that you're going to, be led to be in. And I can't wait to hear about your career and what you do when you come back. And you are free to apply for a job in Costa Mesa when you get back. A lot of the skills that you'll have will want to put into play here. And so thank you so much for taking this bold step for yourself and for our nation.
Thank you. All right. And now, thank you. Now I'd like to call up Chief Lawrence and Assistant Chief Pyle, who have a challenge coin to present to you.
Congratulations. Thank you for choosing to serve our country. When you get finished with the military, come see me. Got a job for you. Congratulations. Take this with you. I'm going to address the crowd really quick for you.
Yeah. See, we're always recruiting here in the city of Costa Mesa. Yes, Chief Pyle.
No better candidate those who come from the military. So we have presented tonight a challenge coin. just like the mayor's, or the city manager's son, my son's in the military. So for me, Jonah, to you, a challenge coin is a matter of respect, courage, and remembrance of home. You will be challenged in your career. You'll be challenged in everything you do. The courage, your faith, and the coins are the remembrance. A fun tradition that comes with a challenge coin, and the reason we send you off with them all, is the remembrance of home. Somebody will challenge you with a coin. We want you to have at least one in your pocket. If you don't have a coin when you present, you have to buy the first round or the meal. So we are sending you off with that first token in your pocket. But most importantly, it's a remembrance of all of us and the support we have for you, the community, and the city for you. Thank you very much.
Jonah and the police department, we keep our comments brief. And since you're going into the Marines, I'm just going to say, hoo-yah!
And now, Pastor, you can have the floor to give Jonah a blessing. And if anybody wants to join in, you could raise your hand over Jonah and join in the blessing.
Jonah, many stories in the Bible start with a journey, being sent from home. Whether it was at the beginning with Abraham or when Jesus sent people 2 by 2. You're going, but you're not going alone. So let us pray. God, we thank you for all these young people who are going to go be challenged, who are going to go learn, who are going to go to a new kind of life, something they've never experienced before. We ask for your divine presence in each one of them. That as they walk along and it feels lonely and difficult, and it feels like home is so far away, that they will all know that we're here behind them. We may be far away, but our hearts, our prayers, our thoughts are with them. We ask that you would keep them safe, that you would grow them in deep maturity and bravery. Use this time for all the good it can bring. We ask all of these things in the Spirit which you send us, and in the name of your Son. Amen.
Amen. All right, beautiful. Well, it wouldn't be a presentation without a photo opportunity. So let's take a photo with Jonah. Thanks, Chief. Thank you.
How are you?
All right, thank you to everybody who participated in that. I thought that went really well. And Jonah, congratulations and thank you for your service and your sacrifice. Okay, so the next presentation is a proclamation for 2024 Pride Month. During Pride Month, we celebrate the extraordinary courage and contributions of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex plus, that are the allies, community. We reflect on the progress we have made so far in pursuit of equality, justice, and inclusion, and recommit ourselves to do more to support LGBTQI plus rights. For generations, I plus Americans have summoned the courage to live authentically and proudly, even when it meant putting their lives and livelihoods at risk. As we celebrate Pride Month, it is important to highlight the mission and vision of Radiant Healthcare Centers, which has been dedicated to providing compassionate and comprehensive healthcare services to underserved individuals in Orange County, with a special focus on the LGBTQI plus community and those affected by HIV. For nearly 4 decades, Radiant Healthcare Centers has offered exceptional care and support to people living with HIV and their loved ones. Founded as AIDS Services Foundation in 1985, they have evolved to become Radiant Healthcare Centers, the largest nonprofit HIV service provider in Orange County. Joining us tonight to accept the Pride Month proclamation and share more about Radiant Healthcare Centers is Chief Development Officer Joe Alfano. So Joe, you can come on up there. And then while you're coming up to say a few words, I'm going to read from the proclamation that we're going to present to you. Pride Month is celebrated each year in the month of June to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan, New York, a pivotal event for the gay liberation movement in the United States. Celebrating Pride Month raises awareness, provides support and advocacy for Costa Mesa's LGBTQI plus community, and presents an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. The rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQI plus people in society. The City of Costa Mesa proudly raises the rainbow flag every year from May 22nd through June 30th in support of the Costa Mesa LGBTQI plus community. Radiant Healthcare Centers is dedicated to providing, I think I've read this already. I'm going to skip that one. The City of Costa Mesa is committed to equality, and the month of June is an opportunity to recognize the impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals have had and will continue to have on our city and nation, and to reflect the progress that has been made while focusing on steps that can still be taken to eliminate prejudice and exclusion, celebrate diversity, and create a more inclusive society for all. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, Mayor of the great city of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim June 2024 as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQI plus community, acknowledging the value and dignity of each person and the importance of equality and freedom in our community. So with that, Mr. Alfano, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the entire City Council here tonight. And John, I love your tie.
Thank you.
First, I want to speak on behalf of the entire LGBTQ plus community, if I may be so bold, here in Orange County. I want to thank you for recognizing us. At a time when there is some pretty serious political discourse, and at a time when some of our elected officials are trying to silence us, it means so much for you to sit here and recognize our community and to fly that flag. The reason is, it means something to each of us in the community. It means you accept us. It means you accept us for who we are, for our authentic self. And words can't express how grateful we are that you're doing that. So thank you so much for that. As you mentioned, Radiant Health Centers has been around for almost 40 years. We started as AIDS Services Foundation Orange County. At that time, our mission was pretty dire. We were helping people with HIV die with dignity. As the nature of the HIV epidemic has changed, as science has brought about great therapies to help people live long, healthy, productive lives with HIV, the nature of our mission has changed. We now seek to end the HIV epidemic in Orange County once and for all. Right now, we see about 5 to 6 new infections of HIV per week. That has to change. That's in Orange County. It doesn't have to be that way. Through education and proper health care, no one should be getting HIV. We have the means to stop this virus. So our mission has changed to support the entire community. And I mean that, the entire community. Everyone is welcome at Radiant Health Centers. Gay, straight, bisexual, transgender, it doesn't matter who you are, what your background is, you're welcome inside our doors. And we're focusing on the LGBTQ plus and HIV communities for that very reason, because we want to end the epidemic and we want to bring about healthcare equity to the entire community. As many of you know who came to visit us a couple months ago, you heard firsthand some of the stories that the LGBTQ plus community can face, some of the discrimination that we can face when seeking healthcare. And John made me cry, I will admit, in telling my story and my own background in seeking healthcare as a gay man. So what we're doing is we're transforming. We're becoming the only federally qualified health center in Orange County that focuses on the LGBTQ plus and HIV communities. We're expanding our medical clinic. We're tripling its size so we can serve more people from Costa Mesa and the greater Orange County community. Our behavioral health program is growing leaps and bounds, and it is so necessary. Since COVID, the need for mental health treatment has just been exponentially growing. So we've had to expand our services to meet the increased need from our community. And lastly, we're seeking to serve the young people, the LGBTQ plus youth in this community, who are desperately in need of support and services so that they may grow and be productive, healthy citizens that will support all of us in the future. So with all that, we're growing because of you and the needs that our community has, the needs that people in Costa Mesa have, and the needs of people all across Orange County. And we thank you so much for this recognition. And we hope to see you all at Pride here in Costa Mesa down in October. So thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, Joe. So stay right there. We're going to come down and do another photo opportunity. I forgot about the park. Okay. Now we're on to public comments. So you could speak about anything that's not on the main agenda, anything on the consent calendar, or anything that's not an agenda item. You get 3 minutes within which to speak. We'll go first to the people in the chambers, then we'll go to folks on Zoom. You will hear a ding and a light. When you have 1 minute left, please wrap it up. At the 3 minute mark, your mic will cut off automatically. So those are the ground rules. Who wants to go first? Ladies first, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the time. My name is Liz Winger, and I'm here for advocating for bees in our city. And so I'm imploring you to pass. I still wanted to get the ins and outs as to where that ordinance is standing at this time. But I'd like to implore you to pass that ordinance for keeping bees. Costa Mesa may not be an agriculture-rich city that it once was, but the sustainability of the bees does support the delicate flora and fauna within our city. Due to the presence of pesticides, exterminators, drought, and our urban demands and pressures, the bee population is and has been in a state of decline. It has been alarming. For this reason, most of our surrounding cities have adopted bee preservation policies and regeneration practices with residential beekeeping. Bees are an integral and valuable part of our environment. They must be preserved. Studies show that urban beekeeping has been very helpful in increasing and sustaining the bee populations. At the present time, my bees are participating in a research project with the University of Riverside. This is producing valuable information and data that will contribute to their sustainability. A terrible myth that is noted in ignorance and fear is that urban bees are dangerous within our community. If the hive is set up safely and properly, they live beautifully within our community. Our bees have grown up surrounded by playful children, interactive pets, and supportive neighbors for almost 10 years. Our bees have been without incident for as long as we've had them. I'm certain that for you, the council, the mayor, the whole council, that the concern for safety is paramount, as it is for me too. My hive is particular, as noted by my mentor and those working with my hive, as peaceful, productive, and gentle. They've been a joy in our lives. Aside from bringing and elevating our vegetation and flowers, there's a magic in watching their industrious, single-purpose goals. The more I'm immersed in working with them, the more I'm amazed. Thank you for your time, and if there's any way I can help promote this, and I'd love to know if it's possible at this time, where the stance is on that ordinance. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Christian Redmond's father, and this is, this is the fifth in a series of, you could call, Who is Christian Redmond and What's He Doing at Fairview Park? So this segment, for those who haven't been, don't know what I'm talking about, you can go back and on YouTube or on Channel 3 and get the first four segments. So this one's like show and tell on what black mustard is at the park. For the last 10 years, Christian, my wife, and I have been the sole protectors of his two projects, his Sage Scrub and his Coast Live Oak project, to keep this stuff from propagating in those areas. And by the way, those areas are surrounded by city areas which are not kept, and they're allowing the mustard to grow basically unchecked. And I brought in some more examples to leave, especially there's some of these little branches with the seed pods that if you want to take and you can see that basically how small the mustard seed is, and each pod this afternoon I took a few for example, and they average from 25 to 5 seeds in each pod. And in this one particular plant, by the way, the plant, I broke the plant off at shoulder length. So it's actually this tall in the park. This plant alone has probably between 50 and 100,000 of those seeds. And they're so small and so light, and it's so tall, the wind will carry them. And Christian's Sage Crab project, by the way, is just downwind of where I picked these. These come out of the city area, which surrounds Christian's area. So in the later following broadcast, if you want to call it that, I'm going to talk about why we need to, in the city areas, do something about containing this mustard. And by the way, we're not allowed to be in those areas anymore to do it ourselves. We made an agreement with the park administrator and the director of parks. We're not allowed in those areas anymore to do any mustard removal. So we'll talk about that next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Jen Tanaka. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. I actually wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I noticed that one of the speakers brought up the potential of a beekeeping ordinance. So I thought I would speak on that briefly. I was a member of the Animal Services Committee and specifically the subcommittee on beekeeping when this came up under that committee. And we actually put together a number of materials. We put together a draft ordinance, and we put together some other research, so I implore you to look at that. What I actually found during that research was pretty interesting. I don't keep bees. I didn't have any interest in keeping bees. I just thought it was an interesting project. And it occurred, when going through the research, we did a lot of research on different cities. We actually reached out to the Orange County Beekeepers Association and talked to them at length. And two things I think jumped out that I thought was interesting about that. First was that bees were more compatible with the urban environment than I expected. For example, New York City actually has a beekeeping ordinance. You can keep bees in Manhattan on your porch if you follow certain rules. So it can definitely be done even in some of our most dense urban environments. The other thing that I thought was interesting was that we actually have a large community of beekeepers in Costa Mesa, but they are not allowed to do what they do. They go beyond under the radar without your notice because they don't cause any problems. I talked to the Costa Mesa Police Department, and we have not really had a lot of complaints about bees, despite the fact I'm very confident that they're there. The other thing that's interesting is that, whenever somebody has a bee problem, you can go on Nextdoor, you can go on Facebook, and you can see people reach out saying, I've got bees in my backyard, what do I do? And somebody is always there to reach out to them and say, like, look, actually, I keep bees, I can come help you. And so it's a wonderful resource to have in the community, but the ones that are the most willing to reach out are the ones that are actually not in Costa Mesa, because the ones that are in Costa Mesa don't really want to put their hand up and say, hey, I'm keeping bees. So having that resource in the community is really, really helpful. And that's just beyond all of the positives to the environment that I think bees obviously provide. So here to support that effort, and just wanted to lend my voice to that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Can you please show the image titled Leaf Blower? I'm sharing a picture of what I have to do to get my gutters swept. My street supposedly has permit parking. I pay $175 a year not to have my permits enforced on nights and weekends. They can't be enforced on nights and weekends. The city only has 4 vehicles with license plate reader technology, and the cadets who drive them work mostly during the weekdays. We are paying for a service that we don't get. Again, the city council and the city attorney are aware of this, and if you have taken any money from the residents on the newly enrolled streets of Federal and Joanne, the city has committed fraud by omission. Can you please share the photo titled Street Sweeper? Well, that's that one. I wanted to show that this car, which did not have a permit to park on the street, would have kept my gutters from getting clean if I had not intervened. Can you please show the third photo, Hive Live? I want to demonstrate to the residents the impact a project like Hive Live will have on Costa Mesa. The first number is how many units this project has. The second number is the assumed number of cars per unit. The third number is the average length of a car. Multiplying these three numbers together, it gives us a linear distance of new cars on the road on Costa Mesa streets in feet. Divide this number by 5,280 feet, and we have converted this measurement into miles. This project is going to add 5.8 miles of permanent traffic to Costa Mesa streets. Here's how to visualize this impact. Imagine yourself on the 55 freeway southbound at the Victoria exit. It is 1 mile to 19th Street at the end of the freeway. Hive Live has just taken up 3 southbound lanes and 3 northbound lanes, 6 lanes of traffic. Bumpers are touching. If we include a 6-foot distance between cars, we now take up 2 lanes of the old Newport Boulevard. One Metro West is going to do the same thing. These 2 projects will add at least 16 miles of permanent traffic to our streets. Which brings me to West 19th Street. Thank you for bringing back the center turn lane between Placentia and Federal. This will help, but it's not good enough. The center turn lane should be extended to Whittier. The city also needs to bring back the second lane of westbound 19th Street through Placentia Avenue as it originally was. The city has extended the green light time on West 19th Street through Placentia Avenue in the hopes of shortening the backup that can extend to the DMV. This makes turning north onto Placentia from my street near impossible due to the extended backup caused by the longer screen signal. This enhancement has created so many issues on other locations. My street has more traffic, a lot of speeding because of the motorists no longer want to drive West 19th between Monrovia and Placentia. And the worst part is, bicyclists do not use it. It's empty a huge majority of the time. Unless West 19th Street is returned to original state, it will be an election issue, I promise that. The residents who emailed the council, thank you. Email again. The city gave us some crumbs here. We want the whole cookie. You better fix West 19th Street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to speak in the chambers? No, it doesn't look like it. How about on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Roberto, please.
Roberto, you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto with Residents Orange County. Thank you so much for the Pride Proclamation. I also want to mention that next week we're going to be in the Mesa del Mar neighborhood doing the TPO ordinance, Tenant Protection Ordinance, Tenant Know Your Rights workshop with Las Promotoras de Salud and Public Law Center. That's on Wednesday, June 26th at 6 p.m. I believe someone from city staff will be there to provide resources, so thank you all so much. And then also I confirmed with Councilmember Chavez for the Nuevo Callejon. I know, Nuevo Callejon, as some of the residents have been sharing. Off Center Street, that's going to be on July 20th at 10 a.m. So we were able to secure that date. Thank you so much, Councilmember. And lastly, I also wanted to share, I know I sent an email to Councilmember Reynolds on, I ran into some data regarding affordable units that are set to expire and are going to go to market rate. This was for 1840 Park Avenue, Casa Bella Apartments. I believe there are 74 units there for seniors under HUD for Section 8. That covenant period ends on September 30th, 2025. It's next year, so I just wanted to mention it to the council and see if we can inquire if that information is correct, and if it is, then how is it that we can support those seniors to stay in affordable rental units. I know rent increases on seniors is hard for them. So if we can do something to address that, if the information is correct. But thank you so much and look forward to a productive meeting.
Thank you, sir. Who's next on Zoom?
Priscilla Rocco, please.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
It was an emotional roller coaster for me last week. It started happily with me watching my bees on the rosemary and rejoicing that Councilmember Marr was working to legalize beekeeping in Costa Mesa. 33 years ago, when I bought my home, I took out the lawns, put in drip irrigation, and planted fruit trees, grapes, berries, artichokes, tomatoes, beans, tons of flowers, and native plants like milkweed. Therefore, it's home to bees, butterflies, nesting birds, squirrels, and the occasional possum or raccoon. In fact, bees have been living in a trash can in my atrium on and off for the last 10 years. My neighbors don't mind. They love my gardens. But on Saturday, June 8th, I was cited by Animal Control for violating Municipal Code 318. The citation said, please have bees removed within 7 days. Failure to comply will with the above may necessitate your appearance in court. I was heartbroken and in a panic, so I asked Alberta, a beekeeper I met at Earth Day at City Hall, for an estimate on rehoming my bees. Prices range from $250 to $385, which is a lot for someone living entirely on Social Security. Turns out Alberta was the same person Councilman Marr had spoken to and quoted. We can raise chickens in Costa Mesa, but not honeybees. Last year, Alberta also worked with Animal Services on a beekeeping subcommittee that wrote a model ordinance referencing Fullerton's beekeeping best practices and incorporating the feedback from the OC Beekeepers Association. So I called Councilman Marr and left a message. I wrote to her and each council member begging for a reprieve for my bees until the code was changed. After all, bees are allowed in Huntington Beach, Santa Ana, Irvine, Laguna Hills, Laguna Woods, San Clemente, Anaheim, Fullerton, Orange, Stanton, Tustin, Westminster, and Yorba Linda. With only 2 days left and no word from anyone, I wrote a letter to the editor of the pilot, which appeared online and then in last Sunday's edition. I messaged it to Mayor Stevens. Late on the last day, I got a letter from the Deputy Chief of Police saying Mayor Stevens had spoken to her and I could keep my bees until the council makes its decision on beekeeping. Thank you so much, Mayor Stevens, for stepping in to save my bees and for working to allow bees in Costa Mesa. Bees pollinate most of what we eat, but they're dying at an alarming rate. If we can save them or replacing our lawns with pollinator plants, it follows that we must allow beekeeping because some of the bees will decide to make their home in a trash can in an atrium so they can roll out of bed to pollinate your garden. And where there are gardens, there will be bees. Thank you again.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Call-in user 1, please.
Call-in user 1, you have the floor.
At the last council meeting, there was a video played showing Councilwoman Reynolds and Mayor Stevens guaranteeing a vote on One Metro West per Measure Y, and this was in 2021. Then miraculously, the council brought forth Measure K, which would cut off the knees of Measure Y, which was a resident-sponsored measure. The voters of Costa Mesa gave 6 months of hard work, collected 7,000 signatures to get this ballot to the voters, and 67% of the voters agreed with Y. The council only had to sit in their chair and push a button to get their measure on the ballot in a very closed door and surreptitious manner, a measure that favored developers over residents, and they called it K. Now, this measure was heavily funded by the developers, a really great investment for the hundreds of millions of dollars in future development and profits to them to be made. It only passed by 22 votes after vote curing of 420 ballots. Promises made, promises broken. No vote for One Metro West. Several weeks ago, a discussion of vertical gardens ensued, and Mayor Stevens described the Cadillac dealer and how the vines never took hold on their huge cement wall, that they were just sticks. The residents of College Park fought hard and long for those conditions. Mayor Stevens, that was a condition of their approval, which you openly admit is not being fulfilled. Did you report that to code enforcement? In all fairness to the residents of College Park. Another case of promises made, promises broken by the city. Why would any resident believe in your representation that has proved to be questionable and a betrayal of trust, always leaning toward the developers and against the residents? All these and many more issues should be remembered because November brings the election. So don't forget how this council has betrayed the residents of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment. And now we're going to go to council member committee reports and comments and suggestions. And so first up today from District 4 is Council Member Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today, and happy Pride Month. I have 3 comments and then 1 request for the mayor. First, I want to thank our community and CMPD. This past week, we may have heard news about incidents that have occurred in my district, and I just want to commend the community for calling in and for our officers for arresting the suspects in a very efficient and quick manner. It wasn't even a week before we got every suspect, and I cannot be more proud of our community for coming together in a tough time and solving this issue. I'm resolved to working with the police department and the community partners to do what we can to keep our community safe. Maybe working with PD, bringing more resources for our students to get them more engaged and out of harm's way. So thank you, everyone, the community, for coming in this past week. I really appreciate it. In regards to one of the public comments we heard about permit parking not being enforced, I've heard some of the complaints about Knoll Street in my district next to Rail Elementary School. I want to ask staff to see if there's anything we can tweak in our method of doing enforcement to become more accommodating for residents who are now paying for the permit system. My final point for my request for the mayor is starting tomorrow, we will be having lunch in the library for anyone under the age of 18. It will be held at Donald Dungan Library from 12 to 1 p.m. as long as food lasts. It's open for anyone in the community that's going to a Newport Mesa school. And again, it's going to be from June 20th to July 21st, Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., free food, no questions asked. And finally, Mr. Mayor, if we can adjourn the meeting in honor of Don Maher. He is a soy board member who passed away this past week, and he's very involved in the community for over 20 years.
Yes, of course. We'll gladly do that. So next up is Councilmember Lauren Gameros from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly report on a couple of things that took place last week in the community that I think in the future are going to be important, and I want more people to know. The city of Costa Mesa hosted an event to provide vaccinations for our pet population, primarily dogs and cats. This is the first time that we've done this. It was done at City Hall over the weekend, and over 50 people showed up. It was quite an event. We had a veterinarian out there administering vaccinations, and some people are even getting rabies shots for their animals. So this is something we're talking about possibly doing quarterly, and I think if we get the word out, it will be very helpful for our community that likes to have pets. Secondarily, the city is engaging in movies in the park. I got to attend at Balearic Park with the mayor. We watched Barbie. It was a great movie, and I think I've seen it 5 times. I am a girl dad, so I've had the pleasure of watching it more than once, but it was a great event nevertheless. And I do want to commend staff because they were literally running to get stuff done, to get booths set up and whatever, and it was an incredible sight just to see it all come together. So I want to thank them for that. And then finally, I want to elaborate just briefly on what Councilmember Chavez was saying about the assault that took place in the city of Costa Mesa. Approximately a year ago or so, on our agenda, we had an opportunity to help the police department finance a Bearcat. A Bearcat is a type of vehicle that provides safety for the officers so that if there's an emergency situation, they can provide the other officers with a means in and a means out without dying. And they put that to use this last week. June 11th, there was an assault on a 22-year-old man with stab wounds. That young man passed away. The next day, Costa Mesa PD had 2 suspects in custody. As a retaliation, June 14th, there was a shooting. Once again, almost immediately, with the utilization of the safety elements that we provide our police department, they were able to detain and arrest 2 more suspects, who right now are just suspects, but I think we have a pretty good idea what's going on. So I just want to thank the police department and know that we're here to support you and whatever you need. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Great job. Next up from District 1 is Councilmember Don Harper.
Thank you, Mayor. Liz Winger and the other ladies, well, thanks for bringing up the bee issue. I fish bees out of my pool all the time and try and save them. So, and I know a little bit about bees, so I do support that whole concept. When people come speak here, I try and, if they, well, even if they sound crazy, legitimate, whatever, I'm always willing to follow up. And I did so a week ago. We had Karen Millard came and spoke about being overcharged by the sanitary district. And while we don't, as a council, oversee the sanitary district, it's still near and dear to my heart that we do support the citizens of Costa Mesa in anything. And certainly integrity in government is something that's very important. I reached out to the sanitary district general manager. I reached out to the board. I watched their meetings on this item and confirmed that she's correct. She was overcharged $6,000 over a period of 20 years. I privately asked Costa Mesa Sanitary District to address this issue, but I'm not getting anywhere. So I'm bringing it up publicly because it's important that people have faith in the ethics and integrity of the public agencies that serve our community. Throughout the time they were overcharged, the Costa Mesa Sanitary District charged her property as a 2-unit property, which is not. The error resulted in double charges for trash services and higher sewer charges every year. The Costa Mesa Sanitary District does not dispute the amount or the fact that they made the error. This was confirmed by their general manager and board in a February board meeting. By the way, most of the board members have held their positions for the 20-plus years this overbilling occurred. Why did it take so long to catch this error? Have you ever looked at your property tax bill? I look at one number, the big fat one at the bottom, and the 10% penalty. I never look at the detail, but there's a line item up there that says sewer and trash. I don't know how it's calculated, never have known. So these charges appear, I'll say, I wrote something down. I don't usually write something down. For Costa Mesa, these charges appear on the county property tax bill as a line item with no explanation or breakdown of the charges. The source of these charges, the sanitary district, is not even mentioned in the property tax bill. The phone number listed next to these charges connects to a consulting group. While payments are due to the County of Orange and CR&R provides the trash services. The lack of transparency means customers like Karen have no way of verifying the accuracy. There is no statement of charges from either the sanitary district or CR&R sent to the customer. There's no way to see that she is being double charged by the correct amount. Despite all these facts, the board has denied issuing a full refund. They cited a statute and their own policy, but seem to ignore ethics and fairness. On the Costa Mesa Sanitary District's website, they describe their core values as being centered on fiduciary responsibility, integrity, and respect. Specifically, they commit to providing the highest quality of service at fair, equitable, and competitive rates, acting ethically and honestly, and treating customers with mutual respect and sensitivity and empathy. In this spirit, it is neither ethical nor honest to retain overpayments, particularly when customers are not provided with the necessary information to verify their charges. I respectfully am requesting the sanitary district to act in accordance with their core values and return the overpayments. The total amount of charges, including the 7% legal rate, which could be charged, amounts to approximately $14,000. She is only asking for $6,000. I think returning these funds sends the right message to our residents of Costa Mesa that we treat people fairly and ethically. Should be a message to our own city. If I found our city doing something like this, I'd be very vocal about it as well. I wrote that down. I don't usually write things down, but this, it's important to me. It's always very frustrating when we get overcharged by someone, and you never expect your government that's supposed to serve us to take our money incorrectly and then be unwilling to return it. So I'm hoping that my fellow council members, assuming I'm correct and they have some faith in me at all, can support me in my request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up from District 3 is Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you. I didn't actually have much to say tonight, but since everyone came to talk about the bees, I had no idea I unleashed that hive. No, that didn't work. Anyway, so I plan to agendize the item. I thank you, Ms. Tanaka. She sent me a very detailed report from the Animal Services Committee investigation of the issue and did a ton of work up front. I've also received a lot of emails about this issue, so I had no idea there were so many beekeepers in waiting. So I'll work with the city manager to agendize that and bring it to a vote of the city council any day now. The police chief didn't cringe too hard when I brought it up to him, so I think there's general support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 5 is Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Great. Thank you. I'll just sort of register my support for exploring the beekeeping ordinance as well for all of the reasons we've heard from others. Thank you to the team at Resilience for bringing up or alerting me to the sort of upcoming potential expiration of some affordability covenants. Staff are looking into that to confirm whether that's the case and then explore some options for continuing that affordability. We certainly don't want to lose units that we already have. I think we're at the start of the summer season. I can't remember if we've hit summer solstice or not. I always lose track. 2 more days. Okay. Well, we're almost at summer season. We always have a lot of really good summer events in Costa Mesa, both events that the city puts on, also events that our residents and businesses put on. I just want to continue to reiterate my requests and encouragement that we work to streamline, simplify, reduce costs for small events put on by residents and businesses in the city. An event that is not a small event is the Fish Fry coming up, one of my favorite festivals, maybe longest running festival in Costa Mesa after the Scarecrow Festival, back in its original location at Lions Park. Always a great festival put on by some very, very, very dedicated volunteers at the Lions Club and with a lot of support from staff. And then I just wanted to say thank you again. I think listening to the presentations today and continue to work with a lot of committees and committee members. I just want to say thank you to all of the residents who volunteer their time, the community-based organizations who focus on the needs of our community, and all of our staff who work very hard to make Costa Mesa a great place to live. So thank you to everyone. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Jeffrey Harlan from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 quick items tonight. First, I wanted to thank the city manager for following up with the school district. I'm very pleased to report that at Harper Park, we will no longer have a park ranger dedicated full-time for the summer. We're going to revisit that when school gets back in session, but there are no school programs at the facility, so we'll have our park rangers reassigned to their normal patrol duties. And then secondly, you can join me next Tuesday night. We have a community meeting at Kaiser Elementary MPR regarding basically filling in a bike segment on Santa Ana Avenue between 21st and 22nd Streets. So come see what the city is proposing as far as a design concept. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I just have a few quick things. Regarding the beekeeping ordinance, I support bringing that forward, and I thank you to Jen Tanaka, who mentioned all the good work that was done by the Animal Services Committee previously so we could really go back and use that to streamline getting the beekeeping ordinance in front of the council. A couple weeks since our last meeting, I went to the Cal Optima Resource Fair at Lions Park, and that was really a terrific event. Thanks to a number of city staff there, and also services and Cal Optima, and it's a lot of people that were coming there to make use of the services to get glasses and testing and eye tests, and so. Thank you to the county. Katrina Foley was there. Thank you to our supervisor. Thank you to Cal Optima, and also Cotty Petrie Norris was there. Thank you for everybody who was there. Regarding the incidents that occurred in Councilmember Chavez's district, I also want to commend the police department that did a terrific job, and did, as Councilmember Gamero said, use the services and really validated the commitment and the investment that we made in that infrastructure. And thank you for all the great work that they do on a daily basis. And really the best way to, to deal with these issues is to catch the people, catch the bad guys. Of course, they're just suspects, I know that, but catch the work that you do is so important to keep the community safe. And I want to join with Councilmember Chavez in saying that we need to look in other ways in other departments to address the root cause and of these are two gang-related issues, obviously, if you haven't connected those dots, and the root cause for gangs and whatever we can do to address that. I'm committed to work with Councilmember Chavez and city staff and our community partners to do that. And then, speaking of Councilmember Chavez, I'm not sure if you all are aware, but his birthday is coming up. It's July 3rd. It's July 3rd is his birthday. And each year, the city of Costa Mesa puts on a very large event for Councilmember Chavez's birthday on July 3rd, right at the fairgrounds. This year, it goes from 5 to 11. The fireworks, we get bands, we get the Tijuana dogs. We spare no expense for Councilmember Chavez, and the Tijuana dogs are going to be there, and the fireworks, beautiful display, is going to happen at 9:30. Please go there. It's free to the public. It's free parking, free admission. Bring your lawn chairs, bring your blankets, bring your entire family, bring all your friends, and all I can say, you can bring food in. You're not allowed to bring alcohol, but beer will be served there, and I think wine too. And it's a really good event. And speaking of the Tijuana Dogs, they're going to play at the Fish Fry on Saturday. I think that's the 29th, if I'm not mistaken. It might be the 30th of June. So please go there and support the Lions Club. It's a fun time to be in Costa Mesa over the next few weeks, and so let's enjoy it. And that's all I have. So now we'll go to our city manager, Lorianne Farrell Harrison, for her report. Ms. Farrell Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Council, and esteemed members of the public. Just had a couple of updates tonight. First, thank you, Mayor, again, for acknowledging Jonah this evening and his decision to serve in the United States military. That was a very beautiful tribute to him, and thank you to everybody in the audience that participated in the prayer. Today is my son Hayden's 22nd birthday, and so I can't wait to send him just a video of this great acknowledgement for another young man that's decided to make that leap and join the military and be in active duty and help to defend our country. So thank you for that. That'll be a nice surprise birthday present. I wanted to mention that, yes, we have July 3rd coming. We're really excited about that. I wanted to thank Michelle Richards, the CEO of the OC Fair and Events Center, for always being such a great partner with us on this. And she's, been flexible and willing to work with us. The event is growing in popularity, and so we're really excited for that. I want to make sure that we're always being good neighbors to the OC Fair and Events Center. So thank you to Michelle Richards for always being a great partner, and all of her staff has been integral to this event actually happening as well, in addition to our staff, of course. I wanted to mention that, yes, we're going to be about it and bring the beekeeping ordinance probably in August, we're thinking. That's our goal, and so hopefully we'll be bringing that forward soon for your consideration. And then last but not least, I just wanted to mention that on July 9th, we'll be having a study session to discuss land use options for Fairview Developmental Center. It'll be a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and City Council, and so we'll be looking forward to getting feedback from the community on those concepts. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Now it's for our city attorney's report. Ms. Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to wish everybody a happy Pride Month, and I'm very excited that summer is coming, summer solstice on Friday. So happy summer.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is, the items are considered to be routine, and so they're voted on in one motion unless they're pulled by a member of the public or a city staff or a council member. I know that items number 9 and 10 have been pulled by a member of the public. I don't know, are there any other items that have been
Yes,
pulled?
Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds has requested items number 5, 10, and 11, and members of the public have requested items 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, so then, so we have, hold on one second, let me write this down. We got 5. 8, 9,
10.
10, and 11.
Yes.
All right, well, so much for them to be routine. All right, anyhow, let's get a motion on the balance then, if we could. The motion is by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Harper, please. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, excellent. All right, then, the next one up is consent calendar item number 5.
And this is the Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Program and Grant for Community-Based Transit, and this was pulled by Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, well, let's give Councilmember Reynolds the floor then.
Yeah, thank you. I've actually been looking forward to this program for a long time. I'm excited that we're almost ready to launch it. There were just a few things in the staff report that I wanted to explore, and didn't have a chance to ask staff these questions ahead of the meeting. So, Director Sethuraman, I assume you're the lead here. So the questions generally are about, we had a long discussion in our last either meeting or study session on target metrics and outcomes. So I had a question on that. I had a question on the vehicles, and then there was some language in the contract that wasn't clear to me. So let's start with the vehicles. I'm curious. So the staff report describes purchasing 3 vehicles, 1 ADA van, and then 2 sedans. I recall when we were first discussing this opportunity, one of the other vehicle options was a shuttle. And I was curious the choice to not go with a shuttle and to choose sedans instead. And then do you know the cost difference between a sedan and a shuttle? Follow-up question.
So,
and when I say shuttle, I'm thinking of the kind of smaller one that we saw in the average, in the whatever promotional materials, that not like a giant van type shuttle.
So, Councilor Reynolds, I'll try to answer those questions. Circuit Transit, that's the proposed operator for this program. So they're quite experienced in this, and they suggested having the 2 sedans and an ADA van that's almost like a shuttle that looks a little larger vehicle to start the program. I think based on their experience, that's something that would adequately serve this particular service area. And of course, if there is a need to expand it to a larger type of vehicle, we can look into it. But they think this is a good one to start with. I think the shuttle, I'm guessing it could be at least about $50,000 or $60,000 in that range.
Incremental or?
Could be another $25,000.
Okay.
That's my guess right now.
Okay. You're saying the sedan was a recommendation by Circuit?
But circuit.
Okay. Okay, and then in the contract, I'm looking at page 12 of the staff report, where it describes the activities by quarter. And I was a little bit confused where it says 2025. So the program would start in, as soon as possible, really second half of this year, well, as soon as possible. And that 2025 would be service expansion to the general public. My understanding is that the program, as soon as it starts, would be open to the general public. So what do they mean there? Do you see where I'm pointing?
Exactly. No, actually, this is going to be rolled out. Hopefully, we think it'll be rolled out in September of this year, and once it's rolled out, it's open to the public. So, I'm not sure what it means by expansion to the general public, but it's definitely opening up with full service starting in hopefully September.
Okay, is that something, maybe this is a question for the city attorney, that we would need to fix? Because it does suggest that, opening day happens in Q3 2024. And I just want to make sure that we're either clear on who the service population is, if it's not the general public on day one. It's page 12.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the agreement.
Okay. And do you mind if I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Is that distracting? Okay. And then the other question was about the payments. I didn't quite understand. There's discussion about kind of splitting revenues from the potential future revenue sources. So on page 13, it describes, that the city would get 70% of gross revenue from any fares that we might apply in the future. 30%, and then I think it was 50% of revenues from any advertising that we might do in the future. And I was just a little bit confused by that because it's a grant-funded program. So why would any additional revenues go to the contractor?
So, Councilman Reynolds, the grant does not require us to collect fares or do advertising. So this is not grant related. So anything that we do, for example, if there's a fare collection or if there's advertising, it's administered by Circuit. So it's the cost of their administration, and it's part of their cost of service and whatever profit that they get out of that.
Okay, that makes sense. But all additional and beyond the grant funding. The grant funding is for the vehicles, the charging stations, and the staffing to run the program. Okay. So then I guess the question is, you've confirmed the intent is that the program is for the general public immediately, but it's written clearly in what I think is in Exhibit A, that they would expand to general public only in 2025.
I'm going to assume that's an error, but the operations are required under the contract to actually commence within 90 days of the effective date, which would be today's date. Any inconsistency in the proposal would be overridden by the terms of the contract. But you can certainly, if you'd like, make your motion subject to us clarifying that, and we will do that.
Okay, thank you. And then let's go back to the metrics question. Have there, I was happy to see in that same sort of quarterly schedule a discussion of monitoring and monthly reporting and assessing progress and success and so on. Has there been discussion of sort of the specific metrics, performance metrics and outcomes that we're looking for and that we're going to be assessing?
Yeah, Councilman Reynolds, the grant program requires a lot of specific metrics that has to be covered by the program, and we'll be getting that. I don't see exactly where it's spelled out, but the grant does talk about everything from financial side to the usage side, the ridership and how well it's being used and the times of the day and all that details.
Okay, you would be able to get that information
yes,
from
we can. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Do any other council members want to ask any questions before we open it up to the public?
Yeah, good question.
Yes, of course. Councilmember Harper, you have the floor.
So you have to obtain a voucher to ride these shuttles, is that correct? I'm trying to understand a little bit, that's all. No.
No, you don't need a voucher. It'll be a program where there'll be phone numbers that'll be marketed to the public, and this is again within the service area.
Within the service area?
Yeah,
Oh, I see. So just as long as you're in the service area,
yes,
if I build my house in the service area, I can ride the shuttle?
yes.
That's how it works. Doesn't matter what, there's no other, I'm not suggesting that, but I might. But that's how it
renting,
works.
or
Just
renting
those service areas they call,
Yes.
they come pick you up, take you anywhere
Yeah, within that area,
within that service area.
yes.
Has there been one of these programs before in another city?
In many cities, yeah.
Many cities.
This is being implemented. I think recently Huntington Beach had a program. I think they still have it.
Yeah.
So there are programs like that in
And we get all
different
state
cities.
funds to fund this and no Costa Mesa dollars.
Yeah, they're calling it as a pilot program for Costa Mesa. This is so they launch in different cities this is a pilot program for us. So we can test it out and see how it works, and we can expand.
If you
down
don't
the
get a
road.
lot of people on it, you don't, there's no charge, it's free service
It's free service
for 3 years,
for 3 years.
state funded.
State.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Actually, I have a question now that you have your question, Councilmember Harper.
Yes, sir.
So I'm thinking this is probably a great thing for like the last mile travel. I know a lot of our students in Newport Mesa actually take the OCTA bus to school, either T-Winkle or going to Estancia. Is there like an age limit for who can use this app, or is there any restrictions on who may or may not be able to use the service?
I'm not aware of any age restrictions. They have to call in and then or register with the program, and then they'll be able to use it.
Okay, and then I just want to clarify, by call in, you don't mean a phone call, right? It's like an app, or how would that work?
It works multiple ways. It's by app, and it's also by calling in.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for all those answers. Let's open it up to the public. I don't see anybody who wants to come up on it. Anybody on Zoom that wants to talk about item 5?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close the public comment, and we'll take a motion. Councilmember Reynolds, appropriately, it's your motion and motions to approve, right?
Yeah, I have a couple ads. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, so move staff recommendation with make a clarification that the program is open to the general public on day 1. And I will add to the motion to share the metrics, the performance metrics with the Active Transportation Committee in September meeting, just for input and discussion.
Okay, is it are you seconding that motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez is seconding it. So Councilmember Reynolds, you want to be heard on the motion?
Briefly, yeah, I mentioned already that I'm excited about this program. We have been having a broader discussion in Costa Mesa about increasing mobility options. This certainly, I think, adds to the menu of ways to get around safely in Costa Mesa. Another thing I really like about this program is that it's specifically designed to support access gaps in our lower income community. So I'm really interested in how it's going to support especially some of our seniors who are in isolated areas who don't have good mobility options. So I'm really glad that we're starting this program at zero cost to residents, and I really look forward to seeing how it goes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I want to commend Councilmember Reynolds for not only finding this project, but pushing it through fruition with staff and getting it to the point now where we're approving it. I also am excited for this project. As you may know, it covers most of my district, as well as a part of our Member Reynolds and Pro Tem Harlan's. And I think it's a really good dabbling into to see if we can really help out that last mile travel for those ETA buses. And I also think it's a great way to promote businesses, because now folks in Westside can go to Eastside businesses and whatnot. So this is a good program. I commend Member Reynolds for bringing it forward, and happy we're voting on it.
Okay, before I call for the question, I just want to say yes again. Thank you to Councilmember Reynolds and staff, but also I want to commend Townsend Public Affairs who's our consultant that deals with grants from Sacramento, from the state, and they did a wonderful job on this. I think it was, oh, you know what? I might have got it wrong. It was actually, it was Pringle. Yes, I got it wrong. Okay, well, forget it. Townsend Public Affairs does a great job on other projects, but this one, wow, thank you. This one was Kurt Pringle and Associates helped us with that. So I'm sorry, Kurt Pringle and Associates. Councilmember Reynolds and I engaged with them, and they did a really good job. So thank you to them, and I'm glad that you corrected me, Councilmember. All right, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
All right. Okay, good. Now we'll move on to consent. We're almost a third of the way through the consent calendar. Before we do this, this next one, please don't read it yet. Let's go back just to make a note in the record for consent calendar number 3 that Councilmember Gameros and I, Mayor Stevens, need to abstain from consent calendar item 3. Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Gameros because of Priceless Pets, and me because I have a campaign donor that is on the warrants. So, and now we can go to number 8.
Thank you. This is planning application PDRC 23-1 to add the Leroy Anderson House at 208 Magnolia Street to the local historic register and approve a Mills Act contract for the property. This was pulled by a member of the public.
Okay. Pulled by a member of the public, so let's open it up to public comment. Hold on one second, I need to activate your mic. There we go.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. First, I'll note that when this item was heard at the Planning Commission, I was not a member of the Planning Commission, and right now I am speaking for myself. So this is about local history. This is an item about local history, so I feel like it's important to talk about the history of this location. About 4 years ago at the Planning Commission meeting of June 22nd, 2020, where we had 2 former Planning Commissioners who are on that commission in the room right now, former Commissioner Mark Perkins talked about Costa Mesa history, and he even brought up an example where this tract is involved. This is tract number 594, and the boundaries of which are from 18th to 19th and from Santa Ana to Orange. He brought up the housing deeds for all of the properties within this tract. I will play a YouTube video from my phone where former Commissioner Mark Perkins will explain what was in those housing deeds.
Based on what Chris Jepson has said, all lots in Tract 594, which have the rough boundaries of, this same boilerplate language was included in. And so, in case you're having trouble reading, it says the land or any portion thereof shall not be leased or rented to a person other than of the Caucasian race, nor shall any person or persons other than of the Caucasian race be permitted to occupy said land. It being understood that the term other than persons of the Caucasian race includes Japanese and Mexicans.
So this is an item about Costa Mesa history. I want to make sure that that is included within this history. I'm not asking you to deny this application, but I am asking for recognition that this property, that the house associated with this application was under a racial covenant, that I, nor half the members of this council, would have been able to purchase this house when it was built. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, who was not acting as a commissioner. Okay, does anybody, and nobody else wants to speak from the public?
No,
Anybody
Mr.
on
Mayor.
Zoom? Nobody on Zoom? Close public comment. Let's get a motion on the floor. Anybody? Councilmember Reynolds? Motion to approve?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Marr. Any comments by either the moving council member or the second?
I appreciate not Commissioner Mr. Martinez for sharing that piece of history that I think it's important for us to be aware of And I appreciate former Commissioner Perkins for doing some of that research. I think we have been and will continue to be righting a lot of wrongs in general, and especially with respect to housing. So thank you for that reminder of some of the wrongs that we've got to correct.
Thank you. Well said.
Okay, well done. Okay, let's call for the question.
Harper, please. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, excellent. So then item number 9
Thank you. This was pulled by a member of the public, but let me read the ordinances into the record, please.
Sure.
This is adoptions of ordinances entitled Ordinance Number 2024-05, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, approving development agreement DA 2002 between the City of Costa Mesa and Costa Mesa Sunflower LLC. Second ordinance, ordinance number 2024-06, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa approving rezone 20-01 to rezone a 15.23 acre site to plan development residential high density and establish a site-specific density of 80 dwelling units per acre and maximum 1,057 units for the property generally located at 1683 Sunflower Avenue. Ordinance number 2024-07, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, approving specific Plan 2001, applying zoning standards to a 15.23 acre property rezoned to plan development residential high density with a site-specific density of 80 dwelling units per acre for the property located at 1683 Sunflower Avenue. And again, this was pulled by a member of the public.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment. Yes, sir.
So I'd like to read the directions for consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. A project that's going to add 2,000-3,000 people to our community is not considered to be routine. This needs to be a standalone agenda item. I really am disappointed that the council, multiple occasions, is hiding important items under the consent calendar. I first was made aware of this when I tried to find the second reading of the Costa, I'm going to call it the Costa Mesa pot shop ordinance. That was hidden in the consent calendar. I couldn't find it, it drove me nuts. Where is this thing? And I finally found it in the consent calendar. I really do think that it's important that the public understands the circumstances that got Measure Y nullified in some corridors and Measure K passed. And it's something called ballot curing. And I wasn't aware of ballot curing until I got a signature verification letter from the Register of Voters. My signature verification letter, which I received on the 19th of November, said I had to have it returned by the 22nd. 19th of November was a Saturday. I would have had to have put it in the mail on a Monday, which would have been the 21st. I would not have made it back on time by the 22nd. So I had to drive it myself in person on the 21st to make sure that my vote counted in the election. Like Councilmember Marr mentioned, that it's so important that everybody's votes count. When she cured ballots during this last general election. But one of the things that I want to point out about what I discovered when I turned in my signature verification letter, and this is why I call it Measure K with an asterisk, is that the Register of Voters, without notification, changed the due date of the signature verification letters. So I've always wondered, and I couldn't get the data, they wouldn't give it to me. They wanted me to pay for it when I requested a FOIA, when I made FOIA requests. But there was a change of the due date, and I wonder how many Costa Mesa residents did not send in their signature verification letter because they were in the same situation I was, and they thought that it wouldn't make it in time, and they weren't able to deliver in person. The other thing I want to point out is, for those of you who don't know, ballot curing, what that means is the day after the election, people go and buy lists of people, of voters whose vote didn't count because the signatures didn't quite match up. And in close races, this is a way to manipulate the outcome of an election. I could find out their names, call them up, figure out how they voted, and if they voted in the way I wanted, I could get that vote to count in my direction.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wants to speak from the room? No, I don't see anybody. How about on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. Citizen participation used to be a bedrock of healthy and inclusive democracy. By reversing a promise made to the residents, you have created a division that previously only existed in the Righeimer years. Back in 2021, you said that bringing this project to a vote of the people was the next step. It turned out that wasn't what you had planned, and now the residents feel deceived by this council. At the last meeting where this item was on the agenda, the developer stated that he was not part of the closed sessions meetings of the city council where this project was a subject of discussion. Since closed session hearings about real estate matters must pertain to the purchase, sale, or lease of real property involving the city, I would like a report on what transpired in the closed session, since it appears that Rose Equities or its partner wasn't involved, and it seems unlikely what was discussed was the purchase, sale, or lease of this real property. You still have the opportunity to do what is right by the people and allow the residents to vote on this project. I encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's do a motion. I'll make the motion to approve the item. Anybody going to do a second? Second by Chavez. I've already done my comments about this when it came to its first reading, so I don't have any further comments. Do you have anything, Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, just briefly for the member of the public to ask the question why this big item was on consent and not in public hearing. And if I'm wrong, the attorney correct me, but it's common practice that when there's a public hearing, it requires 2 readings, and after we deliberate in public, in a public meeting, the second reading gets put on the consent calendar unless pulled otherwise. And if I'm wrong, correct me, but I think.
No, that is absolutely correct, Councilmember Chavez. The second reading, once it has been through the entire debate, discussion, and initial vote, typically is placed on the consent calendar.
All right, excellent. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
All right, thank you. So we have number 10 has been pulled as well. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Thank you. It's adoption of ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2024-02, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to establish affordable housing requirements for new residential projects. And this item was pulled by Councilmember Reynolds and member of the public.
Okay, good. Well, since it was pulled by Councilmember Reynolds, let's give Councilmember Reynolds the floor and to ask whatever questions she wants to ask, and any other council members can join in.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so I when we, what was it, back in April, I think, went through this item, there was a lot of different sort of motions. There was a lot of confusion about what we voted for. And so I think even in reviewing this second reading, I think there was some different understandings of what was here. I also got a number of questions from the public about different components of the ordinance. And one that really has been sticking with me is the 50-unit threshold. I had asked staff if what the basis for that was. I couldn't remember, and I think it just came up in discussions. That's one of the items that felt particularly arbitrary. I wanted to know what the impact of that was in terms of the housing opportunity sites in our housing element, and asked staff how many of the housing opportunity sites are above or below 15 units in anticipated capacity, and it's less than half. Only 48% of our housing opportunity sites are 50 units or more. So already the affordable housing ordinance with this threshold would not apply to more than 50% of the sites in our housing opportunity sites. So looking for what I would feel is a better number, looked at the data for a 30-unit threshold. A 30-unit threshold would cover 80% of our housing opportunity sites. So I wanted to throw that out there for public comment and see if we could perhaps improve our ordinance by reducing that threshold.
Thank you for your comment. So do any other council members, Mayor Pro Tem, you wish to be heard? You have the floor.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess this is a question for staff, but maybe Councilmember Reynolds might want to jump in since she was the final maker of the motion. I just wanted to understand, or at least clarify, the sequence for determining whether or not a project is subject to the ordinance. And so my understanding is that the first question is whether or not it's a rental or ownership project, because we've already excluded ownership. Second question to my mind is, what is the size of the project? And we had a threshold of 50 units. And this is where I really want us to make sure we're fully clear. The subsequent question would be to determine what the density is for that project and then apply the affordability requirements. So is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. And we do have a 60 DUs to the acre and under 60 DUs to the acre. Councilmember Reynolds, I didn't hear you explicitly say the under 60 dwelling units to the acre when you made your motion, but I think you referenced staff recommendation. So I just want to make sure that's what was consistent. Okay, that's all I have.
Councilmember Marr.
I too would be interested in learning from the public the extent to which the additional information that Councilmember Reynolds provided tonight regarding how many units this would apply to impacts the feelings from many members of the public as it relates to the inclusionary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. Let's open up to public hearing. Sorry, public comments, public hearing, same thing.
I want to read the directions of the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. I want to read the title of this. Second reading of ordinance. It's not routine. You have an obligation as our city government to be as open and transparent as possible. I mentioned the pot shop ordinance, the previous one about this destructive One Metro West project, which, by the way, how can an EIR be written prior to approval of a basically twin project be exempt from reconsideration? I don't understand that. But anyways, back to this. This city is creating terrible precedents with all of this hiding stuff in the consent calendar. I don't have a lot of time to do things that I want in my life, but when I find that my government is muddying the water with what we need to know as the public with what's going on, now I have to waste my time finding government watchdog groups for transparency and pointing out to them that even though this is technically legal, how dirty it is in terms of trust that you're giving the public here. So again, disappointed. This is not the first time. I'm pretty sure this won't be the last time that this council hides things in the consent calendar. Your job is to make decisions in front of the public, not to get through council meetings as quickly as possible. So shame on this council.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Diane Russell. I'm a member of the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition, and I just want to speak in favor of the motion to lower the number of units to require affordable housing. I was not able to make it to the meeting that you had in April, and when I read the minutes and watched it, I was just really disturbed at just the way you were sort of throwing numbers around and making things up as you went along. And so the need for affordable housing in this community is unquestionable. And I know that the methods need to be a little bit more forward-thinking. We need to build a lot of housing. It needs to be affordable, and that if we can lower this just a little bit, it'll make it fairer. I mean, otherwise, we're going to get a lot of 49-unit projects. So I would just like to speak in favor of you really being a little bit more aggressive in your numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. All I can really say is going back to the conversation, I would love to be able to replay the study session that you guys did back, I think it was in February, where we really got into the numbers and the statistics on this. We talked about the implementation of the inclusionary policy just in general, and we decided that it became very clear that in the next 5 years, we expect very few units to be produced once this goes into effect. There's been a lot of conversation about making it an incentive-based program that really is contingent on marrying this with the rezoning that needs to happen. And that's not part of that, unfortunately, in this action. So anytime we take a step towards making the barriers higher for production, not seeing the coupled rezoning measures with it, it's just going to make it that much more difficult in general to produce housing. It's also difficult to talk about this in a vacuum. I think a lot of this conversation might even be contingent on the later agenda items. I don't want to bleed into that, but talking about the in-lieu fee, it's all part of the math that goes into the larger calculations of how these things pencil out. So it's a very global conversation to have, I guess. So I'd ask you to take all that into consideration as you think about the threshold. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Tanaka.
Just wait, there it goes. Hi, yeah, I didn't expect to speak on this issue, but I just wanted to share my recollections of that meeting, which I agree was there's a lot of overlapping motions in that, so much so that when the final vote was taken, I remember rushing up to Clerk Green to ask whether it was 50 units or 50 dwelling units per acre, because there had been going a lot of back and forth between density and units. So much so that I would note that, I've gone over the KMA analysis a couple times, and I don't think there was a lot of analysis about the unit threshold, to be honest with you. It was very focused on density as the question. So the switch to units, I think that it makes sense. But I would also say that pretty much any number you pick is going to be arbitrary. I appreciate the idea that it's less arbitrary if you're looking at the Measure K sites and you're trying to say, okay, well, how many of the Measure K sites, would support 50 units or something like that, or 30 units, and I appreciate that, but equally, we need to think about penciling too. So there's a little bit more to the analysis of applicability when it comes to the unit threshold that I don't know how much of that work's really been done to look at that now. And I do want to echo what the Building Industry Association representative mentioned, which is that it will play somewhat into the in-lieu fee question as well, because you'll want to look at, whether or not this would make sense from a scalability perspective and how that would influence the fees that you want to pay. So it's one of those things that's like a thread that you pull out of the rug that, once you start tweaking it, it might start affecting other things that are in the ordinance. But just to, reiterate, I do recall that particular change from density to units was something very late in the process. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else that wants to speak from the chambers, but what about on Zoom?
Yes, Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening again, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. First, the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition sent you a letter, and I fully support what they wrote. I talked to people in other cities about our ordinance, and the general comment I got was that our ordinance won't really bring affordable housing to Costa Mesa. The problem is that this weak IHO was built on a weak commitment to housing. We see that lack of commitment in the housing element, which until the HCD made the city remove the language, stated the city would only, quote, consider adopting an IHO. This was clearly an attempt to avoid creating a statutory requirement for affordability. This version of the IHO is the work product of a council that is more worried about developer profits than you are about providing affordable housing to the residents who greatly need it. IHOs didn't drive away developers from Irvine and Santa Ana, and it won't happen here. What you have created is an IHO that exempts almost all future projects because most of them will be infill projects and less than the 50 dwelling unit threshold. It further exempts any project covered by a development agreement that provides something comparable. But we all know that the DA could be written so that it doesn't. In other words, this is worthless. The theory that building more luxury housing will create affordable housing by lowering existing housing prices is a myth. Besides, no developer will ever build enough housing to drive down the cost of its own product. That would exemplify the definition of stupidity. At the end of the agenda report, there's a statement that this IHO will fulfill the objective of Program 2A of the housing element. That's not something the city can decide. The ultimate determining body is the HCD. And whether it thinks the city has made a good faith effort in the IHO remains to be seen. If you adopt this ordinance, you will need to amend it in short order. I urge you to reconsider the thresholds and the exemptions and bring back a better, stronger ordinance that will serve the residents of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Esfahani, please.
Ms. Esfahani, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I am part of the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition, and I have expressed in a letter to you all how disappointed our coalition is in the ordinance that was adopted on April 2nd. There are two major flaws. One of them is the tragic decision to raise the threshold to 50 units. That was something that got a number that got pulled out of the air. The staff was under the assumption that there would be a 15-unit threshold. So it's completely unsupportable to raise the threshold so high that half of the opportunity sites in the housing element are excluded. Affordable housing is a critical need in our community. You are aware of that. Some of you have residents in your district who are really struggling with the high cost of housing, and they're on the verge of homelessness. If you want to help provide affordable housing, the first step I would suggest is definitely drop the threshold to 30, if not below. And the second is reconsider the inclusionary requirement, to have it set at very high density of over 60 or more units per acre. And only then are 10% of the units low or 5% very low. And below that, so a 59 unit per acre development could get by with only 4% of very low units. And so, for example, a 2-acre project with 118 units, at 4% very low, that would be 5 units. So out of 118 units, just 5. So if you really do care about providing affordable housing for your community, please consider to make these substantive changes that really would improve and strengthen the ordinance and make a dent in our RENA numbers and the problem that is plaguing people in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comment. And let's see if a council member is going to make a motion. Councilmember Reynolds.
I will move staff recommendation, or the recommendations in the staff report, with one change to reduce the project threshold from 50 units to 30 units.
Second.
All right, second. Okay, now, Councilmember Reynolds, do you wish to be heard on that?
Yeah, I described the reasoning already. I think it's right that there's a lot of different levers we've been trying to balance to get to the goal of what I understand the goal to be, which is production of affordable housing to address affordability in our community. What I realized with the 50-unit threshold is that those levers don't even matter for 50% of the projects in our and 50% of the housing opportunity sites in our housing element. So like what that balance is doesn't even matter for 50% of those sites. I hadn't realized the impact of that threshold in terms of really weakening the ordinance and missing opportunities to get affordable production or get in lieu fees to help with additional affordable production.
Okay, Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, so I was asked by a couple of the affordable housing advocates about the in lieu fees, and I'll be honest, my answer was somewhat apathetic. It doesn't really matter because it's going to apply to all of 10 units in Costa Mesa for the next 10 years. So we can make the in lieu fee whatever we want, but what's the point if we're not actually going to have any affordable units? And so I appreciate Councilmember Reynolds bringing this up and giving me some hope that if this passes, we might actually see more units. But otherwise, this entire exercise, staff spending months talking about affordable housing, all of the work that KMA has done is, it's going to create a handful of units. Big whoop. It's not going to help. It's not going to help anybody in Costa Mesa. It's not going to impact our arena number. It's not really going to do anything unless we lower that threshold to some meaningful amount that actually creates affordable housing. For all the folks that have talked about Measure K as well, I agree with you. I think we committed to doing this, and by making the inclusionary as weak as possible, we've basically paid a bunch of lip service to the commitments of Measure K without actually following through on them. So happy to support Councilmember Reynolds on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other council members wish to be heard?
Can I say something?
Yes, of course.
I want to appreciate the gentleman that spoke about the consent calendar, and I appreciate the technicality that it could be on the consent calendar, but the motion you just made to me is pretty significant. And I think that happens, and I've seen it happen. So I just think we should apply a little more, I don't want to offend anybody, common sense to some of these items, and appreciate what that gentleman was saying about this item. It's an important item. So that's all I wanted to say.
Any other council members? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you. I sincerely appreciate Councilmember Reynolds' interest in trying to tweak this. I can't support this motion for a few reasons. The first of which is that, if you all recall, it was an exhaustive discussion, and there was a lot of trade-offs that we were making. And at the end of the day, I felt very comfortable making sure we had a unanimous approval of this council for the ordinance. I understand having some misgivings at this point, but I think that the analysis that I'm hearing is largely academic, in that the housing opportunity sites are simply notations on a piece of paper. They have nothing to do with what actually will happen on the ground. And my interest here is certainly in trying to provide affordable housing, but that is predicated on actual housing being built. So we need to get projects in the pipeline, and we've been told by staff, we all are very aware there's not much in the pipeline. So I want to make sure we don't take a step backward, and we ensure that we actually have an environment where we're going to encourage development here. I understand that the idea of 50 units seems to be high, but if you look at the last 10 years of development, we've either had very large projects or incredibly small projects, 1, 2, 3 units. The only project of any consequence more than 25 units was One Ford Road, which is 38 units. And that was ownership housing, so that wouldn't have even qualified here. The plain fact is we just haven't had any building, and I want to make sure that moving forward, we all worked very hard on Measure K. I think the promise of Measure K was to actually go back to a normal planning and development process. and it's going to take a little bit of time. That development cycle is a very long one, but I think this is the right foot to start on with what was originally agreed upon by this council, and I'm not going to be supporting the motion on the floor.
Do any other council members wish to be heard?
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
Forgive me, and Mayor Pro Tem Arlen, you might know the answer to this better than I know, but we're talking about in lieu fees, but can't, in the process of approving a development, a lot of those funds be collected through development fees and allocated to the right place? In other words, why not leave us with that lever instead of an ordinance that restricts us to where we don't build anything? Because if we don't build anything, I guarantee the price of everything goes up. So it's a question.
Yeah, and actually that's part of, if I may answer it, that's part of the ordinance in the sense that what you're talking about is a development agreement, and we can do a development agreement, and if we do so, it's exempted from the ordinance.
Say that again, John.
It's exempted. In other words, we just approved a development agreement on second reading.
Sure.
So that development agreement actually had an affordable component.
Right.
We're going to build 106 affordable units.
Saying yes to what
but
I'm
it's part of a
saying.
development agreement.
And we didn't need an ordinance to do that.
We didn't need an ordinance to do it. We did it anyway. And under this idea is I can't remember exactly the nomenclature, but the development agreement is going to have to provide, equivalent, comparable benefits.
So you're making the point that was the point of my question.
It was right.
We can do it without it. We don't need. I am continue to be concerned about restrictions that cause us not to build anything, even the ordinance as it stands. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good question. Anybody else? Okay. For my part, I think I agree with almost everybody, which is weird. I agree with the idea that Councilmember Reynolds has of trying to open up the ordinance and apply it to more sites. I agree with the member of the public and Councilmember Harper that if we were going to do that, we should have put it on a regular noticed hearing. And so here's what I'm going to do, and I don't know whether I'll get a second on this or not. It might die. But I'm going to make a substitute motion to continue this item to our next meeting and put it on the, I guess it would be the old business calendar. And then put as that analysis that Councilmember Reynolds is talking about, let's put it in a staff report, let's send it out to the public, and let's give everybody an opportunity to comment on it. That will be my motion.
Mr. Mayor, do you envision then pushing the in lieu fee discussion commensurate with that?
No. Well, because I think the reason I wouldn't, because I don't think the in lieu fee is tied to this item, and I think everybody seems to be pretty comfortable with the 10 and the 5 and the 6 and the 4. Now, if we want to do that, if we want to.
And I don't want to do that. I just don't.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
That's not part of my motion.
Okay, thank you.
That's not part of my motion because I don't think that they're tied together on the threshold. So I got a second. Imagine that. All right, I've just really on that. I think I've said what I was going to say. I just think that this is an important and a significant and a thoughtful request by Councilmember Reynolds, and I just think it would be beneficial to give more notice to the public and have a staff report that kind of vets out her points that she's made, and let's take our time, and it's not going to matter if we do it on the 2nd of July or on the 18th of June. So that's the basis of my motion. I got a second. Does anybody else wish to be heard on the substitute motion?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Don't you love when we get into the weeds in Costa Mesa? I won't be supporting either motion. I sympathize with sentiment from Member Reynolds and Member Reynolds and Member Marr. I agree heavily with Mayor Pro Tem Harlan that for me the most important thing as the only person here who rents as an own is just that we create more housing. this ordinance was a really long slog on the dais. I don't think I've ever been more exhausted leaving a meeting before, like mentally drained. And I think everyone kind of got a piece of something they wanted in that. And I think we have a little habit in this council of making little tweaks and making things take longer. And when it comes to housing, I don't want to play around anymore. I want to build it as fast as we can. So for me, I appreciate the sentiment behind these motions. I think they're well intended. But as a young person who's 28 years old, who pays $2,000 for a one-bedroom apartment that's below market, and my neighbors are doubling up in a one-bedroom apartment, probably paying more than I am, I think the urgency is housing production. So for that, I'll vote no on both motions. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So does anybody else wish to be heard on the substitute motion? Oh, Councilmember Reynolds? Are you?
Yeah, I was going to share that I appreciate that the substitute motion suggestion. I just wanted to make clear, so I've been in jury duty the last couple of days, so I had a lot of time to pour through our housing element and look at the numbers. I certainly didn't intend to, I hadn't been planning this for a long time. This is something that we calculated today. I got some info from staff, so I appreciate that approach.
Yeah, as always, your heart's in the right place. So let's call for the question on the substitute motion.
Mayor, please.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries 5-2 with council members Chavez and Mayor Pro Tem Harlan voting no.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll just bring it back at the next meeting, and we'll talk about it then on a notice basis. Okay, so let's do the consent calendar number 11.
Yes. This is approval of amendment to Mercy House Agreement for Citywide Rental Assistance Program, and this was pulled by Councilmember Reynolds.
Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Sorry. Okay. This one, it's all about housing, right? So I had some clarifying questions for staff that make me nervous, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So this item is about allocating an additional $500,000 to our rental assistance program, which, according to the staff report, has been very helpful in keeping Costa Mesa residents housed. What occurred to me while reading this is that in our budget discussions over the last month, we learned that we are done with ARPA funds. And it was a nice surprise that we got some funds from FEMA, and it looks like this $500,000 is coming from FEMA. My question for staff is, what happens next? Do we have any additional, oh, there you are, Carol. Or do we have any additional funding buckets? Because I think I'm understanding that we're exhausting some of these additional resources we've been able to tap into for our rental assistance program.
You're correct, Councilmember Reynolds. We have tapped out all of our ARPA funding. We'll be coming back to you to discuss what options to continue funding. But at this moment, all of our additional funding has been fully committed.
Okay. And the staff report describes that sort of based on the trends and the, I guess, an existing wait list of need on rental assistance, this funding we expect to last us just through the end of the year. So at the end of the year, we may be out of sources for rental assistance.
And that is correct. Yes,
Okay.
We'll be coming back to you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Not the news I wanted to hear, but I'm glad we confirmed it, and it, I think it lights a little fire to figure out some other solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's open it up to the public. Does anybody wish to be heard on consent calendar item number 11? I don't see anybody coming from the chambers. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's get a motion on the floor, please. Councilmember Reynolds,
Yeah, support staff recommendation here.
seconded by Councilmember Marr. Anything you want to be heard on it?
Nope. Other than we've been, I think, doing a lot of really good work for rental assistance, and we've been able to leverage additional funding. The heat's on.
All right, thank you. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Next item is our public hearing. It's about, 8 o'clock? We've been going at it for a couple hours. Let's take a short break. Let's just come back at, can we do it? No, come back at 8. Let's come back at 8:20. That gives us a 13-minute break. All right, we're back on the record, and we're ready for public hearing number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please read the title?
Thank you. This is consideration of two ordinances, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending chapters 2, bicycle traffic, and 3, bicycle parking racks, securing of bicycles of Title 4 bicycles of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to bicycle traffic and parking, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa amending chapters 1 through 21 inclusive of Title 10 motor vehicles and traffic of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to definitions, bicycles, and rules of the road. Presentation by Mr. Thomas, Active Transportation Coordinator, and Police Captain Watkins.
Gentlemen, you have the floor.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and council members. Today, staff brings before you proposed ordinances to amend Title 4 and Title 10 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. These are generally bicycle and electric bicycle related ordinances. We introduced for first reading ordinances to amend chapters 2 and 3 of Title 4, bicycles, and chapters 1 through 21 of Title 10, motor vehicle traffic of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. An amendment is needed to be in compliance with the California Vehicle Code and current bicycle riding practices and procedures here within the community of Costa Mesa. For some background, Assembly Bill 1909, the Bicycle Omnibus Bill, was signed into law on September 16th of 2022. This law was designed to bring the California Vehicle Code into congruence with current bicycle riding practices within the state of California, as well as to increase the safety of individuals riding bicycles. Upon approval of Assembly Bill 1909, the Costa Mesa Municipal Code was no longer in compliance with the California Vehicle Code, prompting the need for a revision to the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. On February 21st of 2023, the City Council adopted an ordinance to repeal Chapter 1, bicycles and motorized bicycle licensing, to Title 4 of the Municipal Code. Additional amendments to Title 4 and Title 10 are needed to bring the Municipal Code into compliance with the California Vehicle Code and current bicycle and transportation practices within the community, particularly as electric bicycles proliferate and their usage proliferates. The City Attorney's Office, the Costa Mesa Police Department, and the Public Works Department worked collaboratively to identify statutes recommended for revisions or removal to bring the Costa Mesa Municipal Code into compliance with the current California Vehicle Code, bicycle technology, and bicycle riding culture here within Costa Mesa. Additional provisions are recommended to enhance bicycle safety on roadways and sidewalks based on the recent proliferation of electrical bicycle usage. Staff presented updates on the proposed amendments to the Active Transportation Committee on 3 different dates. Those are on March 6th, April 17th, and May 1st. Modifications were made to address comments received at those meetings, both from Active Transportation Committee members as well as members of the public as appropriate. And subsequently, the Active Transportation Committee voted unanimously to recommend the proposed amendments as they are written to the City Council on their May 1st Active Transportation Committee meeting. The proposed updates include Section 4-22, which is bicycle definitions, which were updated to include electric bicycles as defined in the vehicle code. Section 4-23, bikeway definitions, which were updated to be congruent with the California Highway Design Manual. Section 4-26, rules of the road, which were updated to be congruent with Assembly Bill 1909 and the subsequent revisions of the California Vehicle Code. Section 4-26, subsection G, which was an added ordinance prohibiting the riding of any type of bicycle in an unsafe manner or speed on the sidewalk or a roadway. Section 4-26, subsection H, which is an added ordinance requiring that bicyclists yield the right-of-way to pedestrians while on the sidewalk. Section 4-26J, which is an added ordinance requiring bicyclists to yield the right-of-way when entering a roadway or sidewalk. Sections 4-32 and Section 4-36, which were updated to ensure proper parking of bicycles in the public right-of-way. Section 10-156, which is overtaking and passing of a person riding a bicycle, was added to be congruent, again, with Assembly Bill 1909 and the subsequent revisions to the California Vehicle Code. Section 10-168, when pedestrians must use a crosswalk, was updated to be congruent with Assembly Bill 2147 and the subsequent revision to the California Vehicle Code. And Section 10-184, subsection A, was updated to account for so-called crosswalk daylighting and be congruent with Assembly Bill 413 and the subsequent revision to the California Vehicle Code. Staff recommends that the City Council introduce for first reading ordinances to amend Chapters 2 and 3 of Title 4, Bicycles, and Chapters 1 through 21 of Title 10, Motor Vehicles of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to be in compliance with the current California laws related to bicycles and current bicycle riding practices and procedures here within the community of Costa Mesa. That concludes my presentation. We are open for questions. I am joined today by Captain Brian Watkins from the Costa Mesa Police Department, and thank you very much.
Okay, council, any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Harper.
You're going to love my question. So I'm riding my bike. Oh, no, I'm 12 years old riding my bike. I break one of these rules. You catch me. Do you issue a ticket? Do you ask for my ID?
Well, all of our officers obviously have discretion on enforcing any laws. There are only a few laws that we're required to take enforcement action on. So obviously our officers use discretion.
So you're not going to stop me?
You know, some of the things that we're doing now for some of the violations that we can enforce is obviously calling parents and calling them to having their children call them to the scene and so that parents can deal with those situations. But yes, I mean, citations can be issued. They can be issued to juvenile court.
The juvenile court. So I just remember there's a story in our neighborhood about some kid riding through a park and officer stopped him and he said, well, identify yourself. He says, no. He just rides off. There's nothing else. I guess there's nothing else you can do, right?
No, I mean, if we have a violation of the law and someone refuses to identify themselves, whether they're a juvenile or they're an adult, we can take someone into custody until they can provide identification. We can determine who they are, so that way we can issue a citation. Now, obviously, these ordinances, we're not using these to enforce on children. You know, we don't think children are the main issue that we're enforcing these on. You know, it's to improve the safety, obviously, on our streets.
Right.
And
I
our
think
sidewalks.
the children are their own worst enemy. I'm just trying to understand some impact you can have on the kids
Yeah,
to help them. No, I wasn't trying to be
I think we're
sarcastic.
utilizing our educational programs that we have implemented that the council's approved, like our walk and rollers. Those are the programs we're directing at at kids and school children to kind of make sure they're informed on the safe practice of riding
I know
bicycles.
on motorcycles, statistically, it's usually the driver's fault. Is that the truth in statistically in bicycle accidents?
The numbers that we have show that it's our accidents that occur between, and jump in, Mr. Thomas, if you want, but for bicycle versus vehicle traffic collisions, we're finding that it's a split. It's probably about 50% bicyclists at fault, 50% vehicles at fault.
It's different than motorcycles. Different than motorcycles on the highway. It's quite higher on motorcycles. It's about 80% the driver's fault or the car's fault. I was just curious. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I want to direct everyone to the proposed updates page. I don't have numbers on mine. I have a few questions about the new changes. There's a bullet point that says 10-156 about overtaking and passing a person riding a bicycle to be congruent with AB 1909. What does that actually mean?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So when you're passing a bicyclist on the roadway, by law, you have to give them, by the California Vehicle Code, you have to give them 3 feet. However, this revision changes that to if you're on a 2-lane in one direction roadway, so if there's 2 lanes on one direction, say something like 17th Street, certain portions of 19th Street, Victoria, then you would need to change lanes when safe and prudent if you're passing a bicyclist. You have to go beyond that 3 feet. Now, if you're in a 1-lane roadway in one direction, then you would have to continue to give that 3 feet when passing or overtaking a bicyclist.
Okay, thank you. The last bullet point, 10-184A, mentions crosswalk daylighting. What does that mean?
That means when there is a crosswalk, there needs to be adequate space, 15 feet on the approach for no cars parked or anything like that in the approach to the crosswalk.
So essentially, it could be like a red curbing or doing a bulb out.
That's correct. A red curb, bulb out, something of that.
I like that's good. Okay, and then 2 questions on e-bikes. 'Cause I didn't see it anywhere else here. Does this ordinance allow e-bikes to go on bike paths? And if so, which ones?
Yeah, so, electric bicycles are allowed on bicycle paths, roadways, et cetera, but they have to follow the law, within the law.
Okay, and that's like going a certain speed, I'm guessing? Or-
Yeah, so electric bicycles are classified within speed, so anything below 28 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour is a class 3 electric bicycle. Anything below 20 miles an hour is a class 2 or 1 electric bicycle, depending on if it's pedal assist or if it allows for a full throttle without pedaling.
Okay, and then my last question is just, does this ordinance allow e-bikes on sidewalks?
All bicycles are allowed on sidewalks, however, they have to, they fall under 426 subsection G, which in other words requires that they must ride within a safe and prudent manner when on the sidewalk. You can't ride unsafe. And then they also must yield to pedestrians under 426H, subsection H.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, how do we plan to advertise these or promote these changes to our bike riders? And I'm thinking primarily of like the high school students that are on the e-bikes going.
Sure. So as my colleague, Captain Watkins mentioned, we do have a program in place, a separate capital improvement program for bicycle safety education at all Newport Mesa Unified School District schools, which have enrollment zones within the community. That program is currently underway, and that program includes a heavy emphasis on education for both electric bicycles, traditional bicycles, et cetera, for safe riding practices for all users. And that program's open to both youth and the adults within the public.
Love to hear it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I do. Councilmember Reynolds?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. You can do.
Do Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Gamaros.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna go through a few items here, page by page. But first I wanna thank our transportation team, the police department staff, and our committee members who were involved in multiple discussions on this. It was really nice to be witness to those discussions and really think about how do we maximize safety given all of the considerations of mobility needs and where areas of the city are more or less safe for people on foot or on bicycle. So really appreciate all of the work that's gone into this. So I had a few questions. I think actually it may be worth for this discussion reviewing again the kind of the distinction between electric bicycle and then other motorized vehicles that I think often get lumped into the same category. So could you just reiterate that again? There are, there's a very clear definition that's based on, I think we copied the state definition for an electric bicycle, What are these motorized vehicles that are not electric bicycles and therefore not classified as bicycles? And how do we protect from unsafe behavior on those vehicles?
Yeah, what I would say is a lot of the bad kind of press and publicity that e-bikes are probably getting have to do with the electric dirt bikes. These are electric vehicles that don't have pedals. They don't fall within a class 1 through 3. They exceed speeds of over 28 miles per hour, which is the maximum speed for a class 3 e-bike. The police department's been taking action at our local parks, at Fairview Park. We've been putting posts out, trying to deal with that. These are actually motorcycles. So a lot of the things that we're seeing on social media where, they're riding down the streets doing wheelies and jumping jumps and all these things and really taking over streets, those are not e-bikes. They don't qualify. They are not bicycles. They require a driver's license. They require a license plate. It's just like a 2-stroke motorcycle that you would take out, out in the desert.
Right. And so, yeah, thank you for that clarification. I think that's important. And so my understanding is those are sort of classified as a different type of vehicle, according to California Vehicle Code, as you mentioned, require licensing. And so independent of this work here that we're looking at tonight, you are already equipped to go out and make sure that those riders are licensed and behaving appropriately.
Yeah, the rules we already have laws in place for that require whether they're operating in our city parks, on bike trails, or in the roadway. And one thing, a part of it, the ordinance that we're suggesting today and we're proposing to be adopted by the council, this is just one part of a multifaceted approach. We've talked about the education. We talked about enforcement of these electric motorcycles operating on our roadways and our parks. The other thing is really educating parents on when they're purchasing bicycles, electric bicycles, making good choices for their children, because I think there's a lack of knowledge out there in what is legal and what is not. And so that's where we're seeing a lot of these electric motorcycles out on the streets.
Thank you. And another thing that came up in the discussions, that there is one other part to this work related to regulations for our park trails. My understanding is that we will also look at regulations for park trails sort of independent of this work, which is focused on streets, and roadways and bike lanes, of course. Is that correct?
Yeah, this does not include any ordinances related to our parks.
Yeah, okay. With maybe one clarification, and I asked that because I've gotten some, and we probably all have gotten some comments recently and for months about, in Fairview Park and in Canyon Park, for example. 46, so we'll jump in now. It's always hard. So for section 4-26, is that F, the new F? And these don't have page numbers. This one refers to, it says, for the purpose of this section, class 1 multi-purpose trails shall be considered sidewalks. And so class 1 multi-purpose trails, would that include some of the main trails through Fairview Park and Canyon Park?
Yeah, that's correct. Those are class 1 more multi-purpose trails.
Okay. So this ordinance, if approved tonight, would go into effect immediately and set requirements for riding behavior on those trails.
I will pass it over to the city clerk. I believe it'd have to go to the second reading.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Upon second reading, go into effect. Okay, thank you. That's a helpful clarification. Section 426E, no person shall ride a bicycle in a manner at an unreasonable speed upon a roadway or sidewalk which endangers the safety of pedestrians, the rider, motorists, or property. It occurred to me that other bicyclists should probably be in that list. And there are a few other areas where I think we're mentioning other riders, but not other modes of riding, but not other bicyclists. Would you agree that should be in that list?
Where are you again,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember?
Yeah, so I wish these had page numbers. Maybe that's something we can do in the future. So it's 4-26, subsection E.
Okay.
which is at the bottom of one page. Yeah.
So this is the unsafe or unreasonable speed section. We kind of mirrored this after the California Vehicle Code as it relates to 22350 for motor vehicles. So, you know, it does restrict riding in a manner that's unreasonable or unsafe, basically.
Yeah, my question is, you know, we describe that as we don't want people on bikes to ride in a way that endangers the safety of, and then the list is pedestrians, the rider, motorists, or property. And I would encourage putting other bicyclists in that list too. I don't know if that was an oversight or if there was a reason that we had left those out. And one of the reasons I bring that up is some of the discussion is, you know, the difference in speeds between a person on a unpowered bicycle versus on an e-bicycle.
I don't think there's any problem with that.
Yeah, we can add that.
Okay. There are several other areas that I'll probably just suggest a global review for that, so we don't have to go through them one by one. Same page, section I. And this word comes up a few times, and I can't recall the discussion on it. We refer to highways. So section I, a person operating a bicycle upon a highway shall not ride other than upon or astride,
A highway includes the sidewalks, and the roadway is curb to curb. The highway includes sidewalks.
Got it. Okay, so that language is okay and comfortable, and we certainly don't intend for people to ride a bike on a highway.
Yeah.
Okay. Highway is clearly defined. Thank you. Next page, so section 4-32, I guess what used to be B. The sentence as edited just wasn't quite clear to me, and I think it needs an edit. It reads, the uncontrolled placement and tethering or securing of bicycles located on public private property as to cause it a convenience. I just think the language needs to be wordsmithed here. Maybe I'll just note that. Sorry if this is tedious. I think it's intended to, I think it should be rewritten as the uncontrolled placement and tethering or securing of bicycles located on public property may present an inconvenience or danger to persons using public rights of way or constitute public nuisance. It's just, I think the editing just got weird. It took me a while to figure out what we were trying to say there. Maybe the city attorney can note that and confirm.
Yeah, it's intended to say that those things, the uncontrolled placement or tethering, et cetera, are public nuisances. We can certainly clarify the grammar. If you give me a few minutes, I'll work on that right now.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so moving over to Title 10. In definitions, so 10-18, where we define pedestrian. I just want to confirm, here we say, as used in this title, the term pedestrian means any person afoot or in a wheelchair. I want to make sure that includes scooter, rollerblades, and other forms of mobility. Is that a given part of the definition for pedestrian, or would that need to be edited?
It's my understanding that that's a given definition.
Okay, so that scooter is included as afoot?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I know some of the language here was pretty outdated, so I don't think scooters was a form of you know, we refer to driving cattle on the highways in the old language, so. All right, okay. Maybe another updated language thing. So I'm in Chapter 2, Traffic Administration. I think Council has received this information. Several committees receive kind of the monthly collision reports. And so I see, you know, we refer to accident studies, accident reports, and so on. Is my understanding correct that language now is usually collision or crashes? I was looking at the monthly reports that go to the Active Transportation Committee and I think Fairview Park Committee, and those are usually called collision reports. So just, would it be a change for consistency to make that collision?
Yeah, it looks like that's outdated language.
Yeah, okay. On the next page, never mind. Okay, section 10-60. It says persons other than officers shall not direct traffic. And again, in the vein of trying to update things, it wasn't clear to me. I know often when we're doing road work, we'll have a contracted team directing traffic who are not police officers. Is that covered here, or would we need language to accommodate that? So like when we have a contracted engineering team who's doing,
Those are generally covered under different sections of vehicle code that govern with construction projects.
Okay.
So there's authority granted to
So that's a unique thing
for
in a-
personnel to to direct
Okay,
traffic.
okay.
In that section, it does say, or a person authorized by law. So,
Okay, and so
authorized by
that
the
would-
chief of police or a person authorized by law. So if Raj's team approves.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, thank you. 1064. I think we struck more than we intended to. I think we need to keep the upon a highway in there. So we say every person riding a bicycle is defined in 10.4. Upon a highway shall be granted all of the rights, yada, yada. That was 1064. And I'm trying to keep track of this, but,
That shouldn't be a problem.
okay. Section 1085. This is a general question, not a note on the items or a proposed change. This refers to kind of working in accordance of the California MUTCD. I know there's been some discussion, and I think I saw Irvine, I could be wrong, but there's some discussion about the NACDO design standards. Is this a place where, and I'm not suggesting this now, but would this be a place where we would potentially reference NACDO standards instead of the MUTCD?
Councilor Reynolds, NACDO is more guidelines and not standards, so we cannot put that as a standard.
So that wouldn't be a
It's
one-for-one replacement?
No.
Okay. I know, certainly not proposing that tonight, but I know it's something that's been coming up more frequently as guidelines that really focus on all road users. Okay. Councilmember Chavez might be interested in this one. Section 10155, obstructing intersections. This jumped out at me because of our dear In-N-Out on West 19th Street. So this language seems to make it very clear that it is absolutely a violation when vehicles are stopped in the roadway, obstructing the intersection or obstructing one of the crosswalks. Is that correct?
Yes, and that language is in the California Vehicle Code as well.
Got it. I think we need to double down on enforcement here. It's like an everyday thing. I know, Mr. Thomas, you, I think, live near there now, so you're seeing that every day as well. Okay. And last one, section 10168. Can you confirm, is this language directly from the state related to the Freedom to Walk Act?
Yes, that's correct. This is the language directly from that assembly bill.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Appreciate it. Councilmember Lauren, Councilmember Gameros.
Mr. Mayor, could I offer some language to
Well, hold on.
substitute?
Hold on. Let's just, before you do that, let's hear from Councilmember Gameros.
Okay.
You're good? Okay. City Attorney Barlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In lieu of the provision regarding securing a bicycle, I would offer this language. It shall constitute a public nuisance to place, tether, or secure a bicycle on public property so as to cause an inconvenience or danger to persons using the public right-of-way. Does that satisfy your concern?
Okay, good. We'll remember that when it comes motion time. Keep that handy. Okay, so nobody else. I have a couple questions. So I want to go back to this language that Councilmember Reynolds mentioned, where we talked about a highway and what's a highway, and I think you gave an answer, but it's not I don't think it's a defined term in the ordinance, and so I think it to me in the section that was being explored by Councilmember Reynolds, which is 426 Romanet. Gosh, I don't even know. I guess it's the little initial I. A person operating a bicycle upon a highway shall not blah blah blah. Okay, are you with me? Okay. Don't you think that I mean, that's a prepositional phrase. Don't you think it's superfluous? I mean, why do we need that prepositional phrase? I mean, apart from the idea that the term highway is, I think, vague, and not, my definition wouldn't be what you said. Your definition was captain, and we're trying to make these as clear as possible. Why do we need that prepositional phrase? Why can't we just say a person operating a bicycle shall not da 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 da?
This language is directly from the California Vehicle Code. So
Okay,
we're attempting to mimic the California
So it's
Vehicle
their
Code.
fault.
If I could,
Well,
Mr. Mayor, there is a definition of highway in the California Vehicle Code, and that definition would apply here.
Oh, brother. Okay, well, who am I to question the legislators in Sacramento?
If I may speculate, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Oh, not, I'm thinking of, the, oh gosh, what do you call it, like cross, like the bike people who do all the flips and all that kind of stuff, like that kind of riding on private property as sport, right? We don't regulate that. So this helps sort of clarify that, I guess.
Okay.
What do you call that?
I mean, you could,
motocross?
look at, I don't want to wordsmith this. It just seems, I'm okay with it. There are a couple questions I have, and I guess I'm going to ask it in the form of a question, which is kind of a comment, but my first is a legitimate question. To what extent do we work with the electric bike company and various other people who manufacture and distribute and deal bikes in Costa Mesa? I mean, we're kind of like a hub of that activity, which is good, but do we work with them to get the safety message out?
So we do have, as part of our bicycle safety education program, we do have a task force, which they have been invited to participate in. As we develop materials, we do plan to distribute those to all bicycle shops in Costa Mesa, both electric and traditional. And most of our traditional bicycle shops, like Two Wheels, One Planet, Bicyclist, et cetera, all do carry electric bicycles as well. So they're pretty widely proliferating right now, so we would be distributing all of our materials to all of those shops.
That's good. I think that they can be a real strong partner in this. And then, I know you have a tremendous amount of discretion, and I respect that. But I just want to tell you, we just had Father's Day. I threw up a bunch of pictures of my kids up there. They're all grown adults now, but they were all kids, right? And I'm sensitive to your discretion and what Councilmember Harper said, and kind of suggested don't give tickets to 12-year-olds, and you got to be discreet about it. But I mean, if you see a teenager or a adolescent or somebody who's a juvenile who's riding an e-bike in an unsafe manner, please, you'll give them a citation, right? I mean, as a parent, I would hope you would do that to my child. Will you give him a citation?
Well, seeing as I've worked here for 29 years with the police department, I have issued bicycle helmet citations to minors before when I was a traffic officer. So
Right.
yes, we do issue citations to juveniles. Obviously, we use that discretion. We use education. Enforcement is a part of the educational process,
Exactly.
but it's not the first step necessarily when it comes to juveniles or adolescents.
Right. It's a good education, part of the educational process, though.
They do remember it.
They do remember it, and also their parents know about it, and you can, through that citation, partner with the parents to maybe save the child from injury or worse. Okay? Anyway, I'm going to get off my soapbox now because we're in the question part. Let's hear from the public.
Can I
Oh, of
just
course.
ask one question? And thank you, John, for mentioning that. And you can I'll give a ticket to your kids. You can give one to mine because I think it's great.
Hey, by the way, but not to interrupt, but unless I was hallucinating, I think I saw Councilmember Harper riding a bike in my neighborhood on Sunday.
I just bought one online for
Yeah.
the first time, and God help me. Yeah,
You were doing great.
God, I don't know. I have a fleet of drivers, and getting them to do the right thing is tremendously hard. And giving a pamphlet to bike stores, I mean, I just peeled all the safety stickers off my bike because I didn't like it. So it's just hard to, I don't know how you affect behavior. That was really the point of my questions. I know they were short, and I appreciate Councilmember Reynolds' tenacity in going through this and wordsmithing it. But nobody's going to get on their bike and read this ordinance. And I don't know if anybody's going to get on their bike and read. So I hope in our plan, in the money you spend, it's out educating these crazy kids that when you've seen it, you guys know better than I do. They leave that school and there's almost 100% electric bikes, and they are crazy. It's a motorcycle. It's an electric motorcycle. I don't care if it's 28 miles an hour. I don't think I can pedal on my own at 28 miles an hour. Can I pedal that fast? I don't think so. 15? Downhill.
Judging from what I saw on Sunday, I don't think you can.
Well, if you want to race, John, I'll race, but I'm not going to go there. Careful. But I hope that you build something. All this effort and time, I find very important, but isn't going to affect behavior. And it's about the safety. I was asking about whose fault it is, looking to whose fault it is. It's surprising to me that it's 50-50. It's 50-50 the bikers. That's different. That says they're irresponsible. Motorcycle rider gets a license, does training, pretty adept, knows the risks. These kids don't know the risk. And so I don't know what you do, but I hope there's some component that's, you make them watch some videos, scare the heck out of them, because that's the only thing. This ordinance is not going to, I don't think it's going to save many lives. And that's really what I think we're about is bike safety for old people like me and young kids. So thank you.
Well, just to pick up on that, I want to ask you something directly, though, Captain. Do you feel like, because, the ordinance itself isn't going to save any lives, but do you feel the ordinance gives you and the members of the PD sufficient tools to use your, enforcement education, however you choose to do it in your discretion, to make the community safer for people that are riding e-bikes and people who are on, as pedestrians and so forth?
Yeah, I think this ordinance closes, it closes not a loophole, but the California Vehicle Code, as I mentioned, does not cover riding behavior on sidewalks. So that's what these new additions do. They allow and give us, our officers, the tools to control and ensure that there's safe behavior, safe riding conditions by bicycles and e-bikes on sidewalks specifically. And when we looked at these sections, that was one of the main focuses of these new ordinances. And then, obviously, these municipal codes is just a tool. It's going to take enforcement. It's going to take the educational aspect. It's going to take putting things on social media, like us towing away these electric motorcycles to get the word out that we're doing things. It's going to be a big effort, and the police department cannot do it alone. We have our fellow members in Public Works and the Active Transportation Committee that we need to work together to cooperatively to kind of get the word out on this. And we need parents, like I said earlier. We need parents to make smart decisions when purchasing electric bicycles for their kids. Keep it at a class 1, which is a pedal assist, and those are usually the bicycles that we're not going to have the problems with. They don't go fast enough. The throttle assist and these other electric motorcycles, those are the dangerous ones that we're really concerned with at the police department.
Yeah. And we have a tremendous asset in the city, Costa Mesa TV. And I know, Mr. Thomas, you've done a lot of good work with Costa Mesa TV, and so has the PD. So I would encourage you to, use that asset. Let's open it up to the public. Ms. Martin, hold on one second. I just want to make sure you have a mic on. You got it.
Okay. As a member of the former Bikeway and Walkability Committee, I received and I still have copies of a Traffic Division area report for 2016, 2017, and 2018. And the title is Collision Summary Report. And I see in sections 10-40 and 10-41, annual traffic report and traffic accident report. I support Councilmember Reynolds when she said we need to change the term accident to collision. Most of you know that I walk between 40 to 60 miles a month in Costa Mesa. I also ride a standard manual tricycle. And I experience almost collisions on a regular basis. I see drivers intentionally violate the rule that they're not supposed to be in the crosswalk when I am crossing. A couple of weeks ago, I was in the middle of a crosswalk and a driver ran through a stop sign and missed hitting me by just a few feet. When I got home that night, I was lying in bed and replaying that scene, and I burst into sobbing and tears because I realized at that point that I had come close to being killed by a driver who intentionally violated. I report pedestrian collisions and cyclist collisions from the Costa Mesa PD crime app on a regular basis. I report that on Facebook and other social media. I use the term crashes, not even collision. I think collision is white, sort of, it's all right. So that is my comment. I would like to see the term accident changed to collision. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, council members, my name is Santa Bob, also known sometimes as Robert Morris. I am on the Active Transportation Committee. I am a 74-year-old e-bike rider. I'm a 74-year-old disabled e-bike rider. What is it my e-bike allowed me to do? A whole new life. As in tomorrow, I will be riding my e-bike up to the county office in the Civic Center I'm a commissioner on the Commission to End Homelessness. The following Wednesday, I will be attending a continuum of care board meeting. I also have several other committees that I am doing extensive riding to. All this is because of an e-bike. If it was a pedal, I'd be about 10 feet down the street before I run out of breath. I support this ordinance. And as an example of what you can do with an e-bike, My e-bike is just outside in the bike rack with 5,780 miles on it in 3 years. Oh, and let me speak to 19th Street. Why is there very few riders on 19th Street? Because of years of people trying to run over every bike rider on 19th Street. They're a little gun shy. It might take them a while to get used to the fact that it's a lot safer there. And Mr. Mayor, you forgot one thing about July 3rd, the free ice cream sandwiches.
Yes. Thanks to Josh Newman, yes.
Good evening, Council. I was planning on speaking on this point. The first thing I wanted to say is to thank the Active Transportation Committee, the CMPD, and staff for their hard work on this ordinance. I know it's been long coming. I was really impressed by the way that the staff listened to the concerns of the residents with respect to this ordinance, so I'm really appreciative of that. I had some remarks prepared, but I think I'm just actually going to react to some of the comments that were made. The first is to Councilmember Harper. You said that you're concerned that this ordinance doesn't save lives. I would challenge that and say I don't think any ordinance saves lives. The Costa Mesa PD saves lives. Their enforcement of our ordinances is what saves lives. And however, ordinances can affect behavior in a negative way. And what I mean by that is that what I have been lobbying for, and I think that our staff has very well appreciated, is that we have seen enormous popularity of e-bikes in Costa Mesa amongst a whole group of people that you don't see showing up on Nextdoor or Facebook complaint threads. There are many people, like the speaker who just spoke, who are disabled, who are older, who would never ride a bike except for an e-bike. I am a mother of 2 children. I have put my children on the back of an e-bike and taken them to parks and have explored parks that I never would have reached on a bicycle before. I myself ride an e-bike whenever I can because it is so much more convenient. It's so easy to get around on an e-bike. I never have to circle for parking. It's just a wonderful device. And honestly, as a woman, I don't show up everywhere sweating and looking disgusting, which actually is a really big deal. Yeah. And is a huge barrier for a lot of people. So I think that what I really appreciate about this ordinance is that it understands that the real power of an ordinance as opposed to enforcement is that it can deter good behavior if it's too stringent, if it's too negative, because we have a lot of really great behavior happening in Costa Mesa that I'm really, really proud of, and I think that you should be proud of that too. So I don't think that this does any harm to that, which is really, really wonderful. So thank you for all of your hard work on this ordinance.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Council, Mr. Mayor, staff, Tom Arnold here speaking in support of this change. And it's obviously you all consider pedestrian and bike safety a critical issue for our community, and I want to thank you for that. I, too, have a disability. I can't pedal very far. I can't walk very far. And so my e-bike, as was referenced before, allows me to travel around the city with ease. And being able to do that on a sidewalk allows me to do it safely. So I just wanted to thank Captain Watkins, the staff, and the Active Transportation Committee for their excellent collaboration on these proposed changes. And I appreciate all the work that this council and the staff does to keep us safe here in Costa Mesa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. First off, I'll just go point by point as well for language stuff. I also support changing the terminology of accidents to collisions. While I'm up here, I might also add that there's a bunch of instances of his becoming his or her. I would just suggest the gender neutral there to make that simpler. Also for bike parking, the terminology relating to public nuisance, I don't know if that is found anywhere else in our municipal code, and it's just related to bikes that we call them a public nuisance. So I would suggest removing that entirely, is a car parked on the sidewalk considered a public nuisance? Yes. Do we define it as such in our municipal code? Probably not. I think the only big issue that I have with this ordinance is where it says that you must bike as far right as possible no matter what. In cycling, we consider when there's cars parked next to the curb, if you open the door and you're not looking out for what's behind you, you might open the door into a cyclist riding. That's called getting doored. It thankfully has not happened to me, but I know that it has happened to some people. So I would suggest amending that language to be as right as safe, not as far right as possible, or whatever is in there. And finally, I wanted to talk about discretion and this issue of enforcement. Discretion is kind of what got a portion of AB 1909 adopted in the first place. Our enforcement of bicycle license ordinances is why bicycle license ordinances were banned in the state of California. So I would be very careful in selectively enforcing parts of this ordinance and would encourage we've mentioned here today the enforcement part. We've mentioned the education part. Finally is the infrastructure part of having more bicycle infrastructure so that we don't need to have cases where a bicyclist can get doored, places where you have to ride on the sidewalk in order for any of these people to feel safe. So there's these different things that we all need to consider, and hopefully that we can move forward towards a better cycling community for Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Ralph Tabota, longtime resident. I was a member of the Active Transportation Committee for 2 of the 3 meetings that Mr. Thomas mentioned. And I just want to thank Mr. Thomas, Captain Watkins, and their teams during those meetings with the Active Transportation Committee for their efforts in developing this ordinance. Also, the committee itself. I thought there was a lot of good comments coming from the committee members as well as the public who attended those committee meetings. I think it was said several times by a number of you that this is one leg in the process of making our streets and sidewalks safer for pedestrians and cyclists as well as e-cyclists. A lot of it's going to come to education. And Mr. Thomas mentioned the effort with the schools, all the schools, not just grammar schools, but all the schools in Newport Mesa. That's going to be a big part of it, is educating the students as well as the parents and the general public on safety, because just as somebody mentioned, just because this gets approved, it's not going to necessarily all of a sudden streets will be safe out there. It's immediately. It's going to take an effort by everybody involved to make this effective and our streets safer for both motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians. And I thank Councilwoman Reynolds for her efforts as liaison to the committee on this effort also. And so I would encourage you to approve this ordinance and the second reading also, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. First of all, I just want to say that I support the passing of this ordinance. I think it's really well written. And more globally, as a pedestrian and an avid e-bike rider, I want to express my appreciation to the city, to the police department, to the Active Transportation Committee and the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets for their work in making our city a safe and friendly place to use alternative transportation. I use my bike for small grocery shopping trips and for getting around the city. I go to Fairview Park and down to the beach, and in a lot of cases it's safe, and in a lot of cases it's not. We've made some great strides in infrastructure, and there's still some places that are pretty terrifying to ride on the street. The infrastructure is not perfect, but it is getting better, and I look forward to it improving even more. E-bikes are a terrific mode of transportation if you care about traffic, pollution, parking, or the cost of a second car. And I appreciate everyone's work to update the city ordinances to create a safe environment for bike riders. And I look forward to seeing a continued growth in the use of bikes and electric bikes in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else from the chambers. Anybody on Zoom?
Wendy Lease, please.
Ms. Lease, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. A couple of things earlier. I do agree with Chris McAvoy that the item should not have been on the consent calendar. And also it did say that the public hearing was supposed to start at 7 p.m., but I have been patient waiting for this item to come up. Thank you, Councilwoman Reynolds, for doing your homework. But I am disappointed that you aren't really addressing e-bikes and motorcycles in Canyon and Fairview Park. Today I walked Canyon Park and a couple times last week, and I can tell you that e-bike riders have no respect for the safety of pedestrians who are usually walking our dogs. It's fun for the e-bike riders to just speed down the hill and go down the asphalt trail and then meander through the park all the way up to Canyon Drive to Victoria. They speed by and give no warning. I'd say that half are adults and the other half are young people. I don't think that e-bikes are compatible through Canyon Park, which is passive, and I probably think the same way about Fairview Park. Today, there's no signage to cause e-bike riders to even yield to pedestrians. They basically own the road, and they really ruin a peaceful experience of walking in Canyon Park. It's dangerous, as I told Councilwoman Reynolds in a voicemail the other day. There was one guy, and he went so fast down the hill, and then he turned around around the parking area and came back up, and I yelled at him, and he flipped me off, and he just, because I yelled at him, and he flipped me off and just sped on up there. So I think that those who use Canyon Park, this would be something for the ongoing discussions to consider. It's really a cut through. They're not going through Canyon Park to enjoy the park like I am. They are going through to cut through all the way up to Canyon Drive and to Victoria. So I think you need to really think about posting rules and of courtesy and safety for pedestrians, because right now it isn't safe. And there's probably, accidents that happen, but by the time you get the help, who wants to file a police report? So I know you have more work to do, but I hope you take this into consideration, that even some signage would help. But I'd like to see them not even be allowed to go down to Canyon Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hank Castanetti, please.
Hank, you have the floor. Hank?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would like to kind of reiterate what Wendy Lease has just said. E-bikes in Fairview Park are a terror. They tear across the habitat, nesting areas, and they play chicken with the trains. It's really gotten out of control. You come around a bend, and all of a sudden you've got 4 or 5 kids on bicycles riding on the railroad tracks, heading directly for you. You slam on the brakes, you've got 25 or 30 people on the train behind you, and they think it's funny. I really wish that they would enforce a no e-bike edict in Fairview Park to save the wildlife and also to prevent any accidents. And we're definitely afraid we're going to run some of these kids down. They think it's funny. So anyway, thanks for your attention, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comment, and the Councilmember Reynolds has a motion.
Yes, okay. So move to introduce for first reading the ordinances provided in the staff report with the following additional changes or direction. So incorporate other cyclists in Title 4, Section 426, subsection E, H, and any other areas where appropriate. Is that clear enough? Okay. Do a global review and change the language accidents to collisions or crashes, whichever is appropriate, throughout the ordinances where appropriate. A global review of kind of the he reference to they. There were some places where he hadn't been changed to he or she, and some uses of they. So global change of he to they. Appreciated the comment. Okay, so global review of the use of the term nuisance, and then make that consistent if needed with similar references regarding the public right-of-way. And then in section 432, subsection A, adopt the language as earlier proposed by the city attorney. And in section 1064, just review the edits for a kind of a typo correction to, I think we need to reintroduce the on a highway language.
Got it.
And work on public education regarding the language in 10168, the requirement to pass at a safe distance or change lanes. That's the state law. Section 10155 on the obstructing intersections. And on the recommendation for Class 1 bicycles, as Captain Watkins, you described. That's it.
Okay. Let's see. I got in there. I'll second. Go ahead. You can speak to the motion.
I know it's getting late. First, I'll just say I'm thrilled to hear that Councilmember Harper got a bike. It was a joy to ride e-bikes with the mayor as well. It's certainly the fastest way to learn about all of the experiences that our bike and e-bike riders share. Certainly, I'm reminded every time I get on my bike of kind of the importance of this work. And so I'd be happy to bike with you anytime, show you around the city. One other thing I think is, no, I won't go off. Anyways, I think this is a really good step alongside the work on our safety education programs and alongside the work that we're doing on improving our street infrastructure to kind of calm the activity levels on our street and make them safe for everyone. So I'm continue to be proud of the work we're doing in Costa Mesa for all modes of mobility.
Oh, okay, thanks. So yeah, thank you to everybody who participated in this. It was amazing. You know, one of our core values in Costa Mesa is collaboration, and I think it really came through on this particular project. And, you know, we talked earlier about the Bearcat, you know, as a tool, that's a physical tool. This is an ordinance that's a tool that can be given to our public safety, our police department, to help with enforcement and education and to keep the community safe. And as Ms. Tanaka said, actually save lives, you really do. But not just your department. It continues to be a collaboration with Public Works and Mr. Thomas and his team and Mr. Setharaman and also Mr. Gruner in the back about what's happening in our parks. I do take seriously what was said by Hank and by Wendy about the issues in Fairview Park and Canyon Park. And so I'd like to keep an eye on that and see if we can put up some signage and see if that works. And if it doesn't work, if you need to come back for additional tools to the council, I would encourage you to do it. I appreciate also, of course, the maker of the motion, Councilmember Reynolds, who did take me out with Mr. Thomas, and we had a great afternoon riding e-bikes and eating pizza and having just a wonderful time. But more importantly, not just taking me out, the care that she took to go through this and to look at every single one of these items and bring really thoughtful corrections. I appreciate it. I'm very proud to second this motion. Does any other council member wish to be heard? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good work. Okay, now let's do a little, we have 3 more items left. How many people are here to speak about the affordable housing item and the in lieu fee? 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Do we have people on Zoom that wish to speak about that?
I have so far 2 people.
2 people, so there's 4 people that want to speak about it. How many people are here with respect to the plan screening? Okay, this group here with the plan screening. Okay, well, if I don't hear a motion from council, we're going to go to it looks like it's about the same. So why don't we call for public hearing number 2 unless there's a motion to change the order.
Yeah, we're frozen out.
Okay, you're frozen out. You can just make
Mayor,
it.
I'd like to move that we move to the plan screening.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. There's no discussion on this type of a motion. Do we want to just do a voice vote?
Please.
Okay, let's call for the question, starting with Councilmember Reynolds. Chavez.
Aye.
Okay, I'll say yes.
Yes.
Okay, 4, so let's flip it. So now let's call for the so let's bring up new business item number 1. Read the title, please.
Okay, look at there. This urban master plan screening request for a proposed 38-unit live-work development on a 2.3-acre site within the Mesa West Bluffs urban plan located at 960 West 16th Street. Presentation by Mr. Yeager, Associate Planner.
Mr. Yeager, it's good to have you here. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Good evening to you, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and the rest of City Council. The application before you tonight, it is a urban plan screening for a new live-work development with 38 units at 960 West 16th Street. The project, it is located in the Mesa West Bluffs urban plan, which allows for live-work development and residential loft development. The Mesa West Bluffs urban plan, it is shown on the green on the map in front of you, generally on and south of West 18th Street and also on Placentia. The urban plan, it allows for development and economic incentives for property owners to reinvest and redevelop their properties with residential and mixed use development. The plan does not change the underlying zoning, but it does allow for residential developments on these properties. The urban plan, it does set specific standards, but it does provide design flexibility in exchange for quality projects that meet the urban plan vision. Tonight's screening, this is the first step in the process, and this is followed by a master plan application review, which would be reviewed by the Planning Commission. Tonight, the City Council has the opportunity to provide feedback to the applicants on the proposed project and deviation requests. The project site, it's approximately 2.3 acres. It is located on the north side of West 16th Street, approximately 500 feet west of the nearest intersection with Monrovia Avenue. The site has a general plan land use designation of light industrial, and it is zoned general industrial district. The Costa Mesa boundary with the city of Newport Beach is located on the southern property line of this project, so all of the public right-of-way is within the city of Newport Beach. The site, it is generally bounded by West 16th Street to the south, with the city of Newport Beach's utility yard located directly across the street. There's multiple tenant industrial developments to the east, and then the Lighthouse community, it's another live, work, and residential loft development that's to the west and north. It's also in close proximity to a couple of mobile home parks and the Banning Ranch Nature Preserve. On the screen here, you'll see some images of the surrounding development. The top left, it is the Lighthouse community. The top right, you can see the Newport Beach Utility Yard across the street from the proposed development. The bottom left is the neighboring parking lot looking at the lot where the new development would be. And then the bottom right, it is the industrial complex directly to the right of the project. The proposed project, it includes 38 live-work units, and 7 of the units, they are located immediately adjacent to West 16th Street, and they do include a street-facing design orientation. These units would provide direct pedestrian access to the public sidewalk along West 16th Street. The project is currently proposing a density of 16.5 dwelling units per acre and includes a floor area ratio of 0.82, both of which are less than the maximum allowed in the urban plan. The project site includes a street bisecting the parcel with additional residential streets pulling off of that, which provides vehicular access to all of the units. Each unit is also connected to the public sidewalk by internal sidewalks on the property. The project is proposing 3 unit configurations ranging from 1,999 square feet to 2,300 square feet. Each unit is proposed to be a detached structure and includes a first floor workspace, a restroom, and a 2-car garage. The second floor is the main living floor, and each floor plan includes an open great room, a kitchen, dining room, and there's also a half bathroom and covered deck on the second floor. And the third floor is the primary bedroom area. Each unit is proposing 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, and a laundry room on that floor. And then every unit also has a partially covered rooftop deck above. The project is proposed to be constructed with modern architectural elements, similar to other live-work developments that have been constructed in the city. The front elevation of each unit includes multiple cladding materials. The side and rear elevations are predominantly stucco, small bands of different materials to break up that facade. Each unit, it is proposed with a roof deck with a patio cover, metal railings, and 2 of the unit types include colored brick at the work area on the first floor. The maximum height, it is proposed to be approximately 44 feet and consists of the 3 floors and roof deck above. The urban plan does include architectural guidelines which encourage emphasis on front elevations and street-facing elevations to accomplish high-quality projects. These building elevations, it's prescribed to feature stepping forms to soften and provide appropriate transitions among the different stories. The plan also identifies that long, unbroken building facades should be avoided, and a variety should be accomplished through variations in building heights and forms. The project is currently proposing 3 deviations. The first deviation is to the guest parking. The urban plan, it would require 57 guest parking spaces. However, the urban plan does strictly, it expressly prohibits tandem parking. So therefore, a deviation is requested to provide only 25 of those required guest parking stalls. In addition, deviation is requested for the distance between buildings. The plan is proposing 6 feet while the urban plan requires 10 feet. The 6 feet separation is just similar to other standards in the city and including small lot ordinance and ADUs, and should be noted that the neighboring live-work development was also approved with a deviation to allow for that 6-foot separation. And then the final deviation is the minimum size of workspaces. The urban plan requires 250 square feet, and the plans provided indicated approximately 120 to 180 square feet, depending on the unit size. So in exchange for any deviation of approval, the urban plan does stipulate that the project should provide quality environments, substantial amenities, and specifically for live-work units, that the units not be more conducive to pure residential uses. So the project does meet the objectives of the Mesa West Bluffs urban plans because it is promoting urban housing, and it does include that ground floor workspace that could be utilized for small business. The project is appropriate for the land use because it's adjacent to other residential uses. Generally, it's a quiet location. The Newport Beach Utility Yard is typically, it's not operating at late hours and is generally not a noise generator. And it is also within walking distance to a variety of small-scale establishments on the west side Costa Mesa. And finally, the development is consistent with objectives of the zoning code and urban plan, generally meets the development standards and setback requirements with the deviation requests which are allowed by the urban plan. So the general plan, it does encourage the development of owner-occupied housing. So this project, it would provide 38 additional ownership units in the city, which is a small chunk of the nearly 5,000 units the city is required to provide through RENA. So in terms of the next steps, the City Council should discuss the project tonight and provide feedback in regards to design deviations and any other concerns. The discussion should revolve around the project meeting the council's expectation for projects in the urban plan, and if the city has any comments regarding the deviation, they should be noted here. Should the applicant move forward, they would be required to submit their master plan application, which would go to the Planning Commission for final review and approval. So with that, I'll make myself available to questions. The applicant team is here as well, and they have a brief presentation prepared as well.
Excellent. Let's hear from thank you very much, Mr. Yeager. Let's hear from the applicant.
Mayor, while the applicant's walking up, I also wanted to mention something. I'd like to mention that this project was presented to staff in concept around April. And the reason I bring this up is that I want to assure that the council, that staff recognizes the council's priority towards the production of housing. And this is, staff prioritized this review in this regard. So I just wanted to mention that, you know, around 60 days, we got this project to the council.
Excellent. Thank you. Good work. Yes, sir.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Stevens and members of the City Council. My name is Rick Puffer. I'm Vice President of Development with Intracorp Homes. We certainly appreciate staff's presentation on the 960 West 16th Street project that we have planned for this site. We also do appreciate the timeliness in which they conducted their review and presented the project before you tonight. I want to briefly tell you, Intracorp Homes is a privately owned real estate developer that specializes in the redevelopment of infill properties, such as this property. We're located right here in Newport Beach, California. Next slide, please. This slide shows a few of our recent projects that are reflected here. I won't go over each one of them, but at the lower right is a project called The Place. The Place was built off of 17th Street and is part of the 17 West community. This was a successful project built right here. The product type was a 3-story single-family detached home with partially covered rooftop decks. There were 42 homes within this community that we built, and it was very popular amongst homeowners. We often get asked in our office if we're gonna replicate this product type in the Southern California area. We're happy to bring back similar product type here to the 960 West 16th Street site. With it, this also was a live-work opportunity that we built there on the Place project. I wanted to briefly add as well that our selected design team is made up of architects and landscape architects, civil engineer that are located right here within a 10-mile vicinity of this project. Our architect is SDK Atelier, our civil engineer is CMV Consulting, and our landscape architect is Land Concern. Next slide, please. Staff did a good job of explaining the site itself, so I won't go into too much detail. I would highlight the fact that the site plan is really driven off parking. There are a total of 3.35 parking spaces per unit, as had been indicated by Planner Yeager. This does not take into account, the 3.35 takes into account the tandem spaces, and that is somewhat common within new product types in the city of Costa Mesa. However, some of the tandem spots that are also counted in those units that were brought up are the 2-car driveways that you see on the string of 4 units of the lower right-hand corner. And so those are being called or referred to as tandem, but truly it's a full driveway in front of those homes. I just wanted to highlight that point. Next slide, please. This is briefly just the front elevation that was also covered. We have 3 plan types. Each plan type has 2 elevation styles. It's been a very popular theme within several of our communities, but also the buyers of today who are looking for contemporary architecture with elements that help provide the vision and the use that they're looking for. A lot of them are looking for space at which they can work from home, space at which they can have recreation as well, and the rooftop deck does that. Next slide, please. I won't go into detail here on the floor plans, but there are 3, and this is the general format of that. If we could go to the next slide, the one more. This is the largest of the 3 plans, and it does showcase the best live-work opportunity at the first floor. So I don't need you to go back one slide, but the difference you'll see between the plan 1 and 2 compared to the plan 3 is that the downstairs space that's available for live work is somewhat impacted by trying to create parking space for the other units. So there is an ability here to create more live work space on the first floor if there is less parking. I just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. This shows our site plan with a conceptual landscape layout. I would point out here the key areas are the courtyards that we'd like to create off of 16th Street, which would create a tie-in point for pedestrians to enjoy the space and for homeowners to come out and really embrace that pedestrian element along 16th Street. We also have enhanced paving as you come in the center drive, which would be traffic calming and would provide a good sense of the tie-in between vehicular traffic and pedestrians. We really want to scale this down to a pedestrian feel in this community. And the final point of arrival is really the distribution roundabout, which would have a focal landscape tree or element in the center. It's a 72-foot wide diameter, which would be what fire would need, but we wanted to provide a landscape opportunity that would lead you back with parking on each side of the center drive, flanked by palm trees, statement trees at each courtyard to the right and left, and then brings you back to this motor court, really roundabout, that would have a statement character tree in the center. Last, at the lower right, we would also have a courtyard opportunity with similar aspects of horizontal fencing for the 4 homes in the lower right. We can further develop this plan, but this just shows you some of the ideas that we would like to carry forward on the site. Next slide, please. As I somewhat conclude here, I just wanted to show you a few of these renderings that had been put together that show the time and attention placed on some of the articulation and modulation. If you look on 16th Street, you see the patios that relate to the street. You can also see the rooftop decks that vary in terms of where they have the covered stair that comes up and provides a sense of privacy for homeowners. Every day is good when you get to enjoy the sunset and coastal breezes. That's what these homeowners will have. And a similar product type, which was mentioned, is Lighthouse, that's the direct neighbor to this project. Next slide, please. This is a similar view, but also takes in some of the tree elements and the distribution of this site and how it really is close in terms of receiving coastal breezes, which makes the rooftop decks a valuable element. Next slide, please. That really concludes the presentation tonight. I do appreciate the timeliness of staff bringing this forward. Again, also the council tonight, also letting us step forward on this item to receive your feedback. We're available if you have any questions, and I'm accompanied here by members of the Intercorp team, as well as the landscape architect and architect. Thank you.
Thanks. Excellent presentation. Council, do you have any questions for staff or the applicant?
I do.
Yes, Councilmember Gameros.
So thank you for this presentation, and for me, I want to personally thank you because I do enjoy seeing for sale housing. Do you have an approximation of what these are going to go for?
Yeah, the numbers right now in the market for the housing adjacent to us is north of $1 million, about 1.2 to 1.4 in that area.
Okay. Looking at what I was given, the plan view for me is slide 6, but it looks something like this. If we can reference, staff can reference that, whoever's clicking next or back or whatever. There's a little note here on slide 6. It says 53 spaces shown on plan, however, tandem parking is expressly prohibited in Mesa West Bluffs urban plan. So what does that mean specifically? Because I know that the plan number 3s, it looks like, I thought you said they were double driveways, but in actuality they may not be, or what's the?
Yeah, what I was pointing out on that is that of the 32 that I counted after reading the staff report, included these homes that have a full 2-car driveway. So those are really kind of a conventional living standard, but those in this case are being referred to as tandemly parked. I would also indicate as well that with the CCNRs and the homeowners association in place, we also do govern that homeowners utilize their garages for parking 2 vehicles and not other elements.
Okay. Okay. And then you had a isometric drawing there at the end that you were showing. It showed 16th Street and it showed the courtyards to the left. We can just stick with the plan view, but I couldn't see in the axonometric that you guys presented where the pedestrian access would be in that specific illustration. I know this is kind of just a rough presentation, but is this going to be like public access for someone walking by can just pop up a chair with their dog, or what's the intent with that?
Great question. Yeah, if we're talking along 16th Street.
Yes, sir. The 7 units along the left there, it looks like 7, yeah.
Correct. There would be a private courtyard space for those units, but the walkways would connect directly out to 16th Street. It would be an opportunity for homeowners to embrace the street, but it would be private to that homeowner or anybody visiting there to that unit for the live-work function of those units.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much for the presentation. Those are my questions. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other council members with questions at this time? I don't, oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
Thank you. Let me start, actually, let me ask Mr. Yeager first. Is there any requirement in the urban plan overlay to provide the workspaces?
So the requirement for live-work units is that there be a minimum 250 square foot workspace.
Okay, but I'm asking about whether the use is required. In other words, could you just do a simple single-family residence, townhome style?
So the urban plan, it does have a land use matrix. However, the city couldn't require someone to use that space specifically under that matrix. If they used it as a home office, that would be acceptable. The CCNRs that would be established with the property, they would indicate that that first floor workspace be used as a workspace and not as a bedroom or anything like that. And then in addition, marketing materials for when it is sold, it would be required to show that as a workspace.
Right. No, I understand that. I think my question is more specific, that there's no requirement to provide the workspace. This could simply be a ownership residence.
If they chose to go with a pure residential use, the urban plan has separate development standards.
Okay.
Which includes less density and then different parking requirements.
Okay, so thank you, appreciate that. Okay, so Mr. Puffer, my question for you has to do with the nature of the live-work spaces and whether you envision these being retail-oriented or just simply home offices.
We definitely want to make them available for either use. Within the CCNRs, what we would specify is the use that wouldn't preclude the enjoyment of somebody else living in the development. For instance, large deliveries and things like that would need to be within the regular setup of a community, no late hour activity, those kind of things. But if you look at within the code, it explains the uses, whether it's home accountant, home trainer, architect, accountant, those types of services. We encourage that. And we would disclose to homeowners that that would be a possibility of that space. So it would provide the opportunity for a live workspace, somebody working from home, but it could also be those other uses that we would disclose as being a possibility as part of this community, as long as they can abide by the code's covenants and restrictions.
Okay. So obviously the plan was developed long before work from home was fashionable or even, required these days. But you did show an example of another project of yours, The Place, over off 17th. What's been your experience with the live-work aspect of that? Is it becoming simply a work from home and office space?
A lot of the people are using that space as a work from home. It was built prior to COVID being in full place, prior to 2020. We do find people, though, that in their work from home scenario, they could be providing services like an accountant or even like an attorney who utilizes that space and has infrequent people that come to visit them, but it truly is serving a business function. So to a broader sense, we want to make sure that we're inclusive to other uses to increase that pedestrian activity. But we do find that for a lot of them, they're choosing to work from home. And honestly, the value for those homeowners has increased because it's more common now.
Sure.
So that has been our experience thus far.
And then lastly, did you by any chance look at this site as a density bonus opportunity?
We did, but it would trigger a different path of the entitlement, and that's something that we did not want to trigger. We felt like the best use for this site was something that's consistent with the adjacent use. And that's where we started this process because we want to abide by the current Mesa Bluffs specific plan.
So either for staff or you, Mr. Puffer, what is the entitlement path request for this project?
So the next step, the applicant would have to prepare the master plan application and a subdivision map. And then that would get reviewed by the Planning Commission. They would be the final review authority.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I'm looking at Plan 1B's office space. It's 10 by 8. Is that access? No, that's a covered porch. So there's no alternative access without going through like the front door of the home into that office space. Is that right?
That is correct on the current layout because it is a tighter space to accommodate for parking. So that is correct. It's a single access point from the front door up the stairs to the rest of the unit.
So I know one of the deviations is the size of the work part of the live work. For staff, I mean, what's our minimum threshold, right? Could somebody put down a 2-foot by 2-foot pad and say it's a workspace?
Well, the urban plan prescribes the minimum threshold as 250 square feet. And a finding would need to be made that demonstrates that this deviation would not make this more of just a pure residential use. So that there's not a specific answer. It would just have to be reviewed as part of the master plan review.
And to piggyback off of, I think, where Mayor Pro Tem Harlan was headed, so if this were to be a pure residential use and not a live work use, how would that change the remainder of the entitlement process from here?
Well, the project site would have to be revised. The density for residential uses, it's a maximum of 13 dwelling units per acre. As currently proposed, we're looking at 16 and a half. So there would have to be some revisions to the plan. There are instances of live-work projects, including both residential lofts and live-work units, which they could consider as well.
I also get the feeling we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't on this one, right? If we're calling it an office that folks may be able to come visit to do business, then we need to provide parking for those folks. But in doing so, we've then require the office to be fairly shrunken. So doing both seems challenging.
I think you make a very good point. So we try and create the flexibility, but we do find in that other community that we built the place that predominantly we had units like the Plan 3, and there had been adequate parking for that. But we do try and engage that first floor space where we can. That's the real key.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in a similar townhome for 5 years. The CCNRs were very strict about parking 2 cars in our garage. The challenge was guests. The challenge were visitors. And there was just never enough parking for visitors without double parking in front of your garage. So I think we're building that into the plan and still not quite there. So, okay. And then I'm sure you've done the math already. If you were limited to a type 3B configuration, do you have a sense of how many units that would, how many units you could build then?
Well, it is based on the parking, of course. I think more specifically what I'm indicating are 2 things. One is that if you look at the site plan, I think we would place the Plan 3 in positions that it reads out more to 16th Street. So you get more of that pedestrian connection to that product type. We've already started to do that in key areas on the site. And the other part that I would mention on the parking is that for true live work and them abiding by the timeframes, that would be something we would suggest in the CCNRs, are really the off-peak hours from when homeowners are typically home. So when you have somebody who visits a place like this, CPA or somebody else, it's typically going to be between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 o'clock. Those typically are not the hours that the site like this would be heavily parked.
Yeah, I think anyone listening to this generally knows I'm fairly lax on parking most of the time, but it is challenging when it's your home and it's already a very tight configuration of townhomes. Okay, no other questions, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. I should say first that I have had a chance to meet with the applicant. So I've shared some questions and thoughts already as this project is in my district. But a few additional questions. One, can we get the deck that the applicant shared? Not now, but later. I'd like to get a copy of that. Okay, there were some new visuals there. And then in that deck, I didn't see a slide number, but the slide that had the landscape conceptual plan.
There you go.
It's the one that had the black dots. Yeah. Can you just, I don't, this is new. Can you describe what those black dots are?
Glad you asked. Yeah, that is overhead lighting that we're proposing as a way to be a center focal point to the project.
Okay, that's like strings across or something.
Correct.
Okay.
It's conceptual, but that is the intent there, to attract the eye between a palm tree lined center drive that anchors the site.
Got it. Thank you. That's a helpful explanation. And then you said, we've talked about this a little bit before, but you, I think, started your presentation saying the site plan is driven by parking. And so given your experience with the market here in Orange County, the site, similar construction, I'm curious what you would change if you were not driven by parking.
Yeah, thank you for that question. In this case, I really would do what I suggested, which is try and engage more of the Plan 3 units. We have plenty of parking. Again, what I mentioned is for each unit, we have 3.35 parking stalls. The average in Orange County is really going to be about 2.5. So we're almost one whole parking space per unit above the average and norm. There's several areas in Orange County where that ratio is 2.25, and they have several 3-bedroom units in a community that would be 2.25 parking spaces per unit. What it would do to have more of the Plan 3 units is it would engage that first floor to make it a little bit more pedestrian. It would enhance the live-work experience, and I truly think that you would have more homeowners who desire that flexibility for their future use. And it can for them. It's just that versatility that they're looking for and that engagement from a first floor perspective.
Thank you. And did you say that you have projects that are built out, similar projects that are built out at the 2.25 ratio?
That is correct, yeah. And they are units that have 3 and 4 bedrooms.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Helpful. So we would be able, I know we're looking at kind of maybe updated parking ratios. So you would have projects where we could look at data for similar units.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we're going to open it up for public comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the chambers wish to speak? Anybody on Zoom?
Phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi. First off, I want to make a comment about what Councilmember Reynolds just brought up, parking. I assume she's interested in lowering parking ratios. Just so everyone knows, she is a moderator on events like people over parking, where they're advocating getting rid of parking and replacing it with living spaces. Little history lesson on the live-work designation. That is the result of Steve Mensinger and Jim Righeimer on the Planning Commission, and it was referred to as the live-work loophole. And what that meant was, if you had purely residential, you would only be able to build, I forget the number, but it's less than you could build if it's called live-work. I've actually been on the 4th floor or 5th floor pulling a permit and overheard a conversation where the employee in that department was trying to help the developer build more, and the employee said, just call live work, you can put more units on there. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the what's considered open space. They're going to claim a high number, high square footage of open space, but they're claiming it as patios. Patios are not open space, part of the building. This project doesn't meet the open space requirements. So, it's not good enough. And then I'll end this on a rumor I heard. There was a property off of Monrovia that couldn't do this because Measure Y passed. I'm assuming this would be the same situation. The property was going to try and make these cracker box houses, but they couldn't do it, so they built industrial. And by the way, this is replacing industrial. Where are people going to work? Live work? No one works at these. Go look at the one by El Ranchito. They're empty.
Next speaker, Cynthia McDonald.
Hey, good evening again. Well, this project has no affordable housing, only luxury housing, and that's because our IHO does not consider that we need affordable home ownership. And it's also not going to help us satisfy our RENA. The project proponent there was talking about traffic calming in the driveways. You know, driveways by their nature, they're traffic calming, so that's kind of funny. The overhead lighting is very concerning. Since the Roundup Preserve, which has a lot of ESHA, is only about 200 feet away. The facades, they're the same that I've seen in Irvine, in Tustin, in Anaheim, and they're boring. I would think that $1 million homes would have a better facade. The open space, balconies and rooftop decks shouldn't be considered open space. I have open space on my gable roof. I can go up there and sit on my roof and it's open space, but that's silly. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment. We don't really make a motion on this. It's time, I think maybe we make a motion to receive and file, but it's time for us to all give feedback, if we wish to do so, to the applicant. So why don't we start with Mayor Pro Tem, you lit your light up, so.
I did.
Okay.
So just a few observations about this, and I think frame it in the sense that the urban plan, to my mind, is outdated and doesn't necessarily reflect a lot of the modern conditions. And I've always struggled with the fact that there's this live-work component, but the work component seems to get smaller and smaller with each project. So it essentially just becomes a home office or a study. But let me start with the design. So on I appreciate the activation on 16th Street. I like the fact that you're obviously directly facing the street, and I think there is some room based on that aerial photo of some engagement in that area, especially with some landscaping. I tend to agree with the applicant's preference for, I guess it's Plan 3, that gives you a little bit more room on the office space with less parking. Again, though, that office space, I think the most I've seen is about 180 square feet. That's still pretty tight. You know, I can't help but just note, though, that this property would be subject to Measure Y, which in many ways is why you're probably limited to a certain number of units, or even pursuing something like a density bonus, where we would actually, in fact, get some affordable housing. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But generally, I appreciate the effort that's here. I think there's some good design attributes. Yeah, that's where I'll end tonight.
Okay, who's next? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to run through these fairly quickly. I think big picture, well, I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and I wish we could be more flexible on the site, understand we're limited in what can happen here without, a more prolonged process. I really want to, I think this is well, I'll admit also that I was, disappointed that we couldn't do something, more or more what I would think of as more interesting at this site. But I do think it's a good project based on where it is. It's adjacent to a community that's very designed very similarly. As we go through the design on this project, I want us to really think about sort of the 5-year, 10 years out when the 490 acres at Randall Preserve is, out and available as a public park. After we've rezoned, updated the urban plan in this area to really activate the area. There's a lot of interesting things starting to pop up in this area that really support a more vibrant, walkable community. So I think it's important for us to be thinking about also 16th Street being probably a primary entrance to Randall Preserve. And so that street-facing design is really important. Right now it's a dead end. In the future it will be, major, I shouldn't say major street, but kind of like a main street. And so I want to encourage us to think about kind of that future and positioning for that future. On the ground floor, there was some design considerations that I like. I appreciate the kind of focus on really pedestrianizing the space, creating that interaction on the, especially on 16th Street, but really throughout, so neighbors are meeting neighbors. I didn't so much like the facades, like the first floor facades. Some of them felt pretty closed off. The images you shared for Lux and the place, I thought made a lot more sense with bigger windows. They just felt more inviting and attractive and interesting. There was a comment about kind of lighting, the exterior lighting and consideration of the Randall Preserve. I think that was a really good one that we should be considering. I don't know who the contacts are for that, but kind of recognizing that there is ESHA at Randall Preserve and different protected species, how we might consider light pollution from the property. I think that's an important design consideration. And then the commercial use, or the bottom floor use, I understand that live work is popular now. I think it sounds like based on the parking requirements, the bottom floor is so small that that's really the only option. I'm very interested in looking for ways to grow that bottom floor and really increase the flexibility of future options for that ground floor space. Councilmember Marr recognized the same conflict I was thinking about too, is we're shrinking the bottom floor to accommodate guests who probably won't come because the bottom floor is so small that there's no room for guests, right? And so it seems like we're kind of closing off possibilities, creating parking where there won't be it needed. Especially if there's evidence that we can reduce the parking requirements. I'd be very, very, very open to that to make the site more flexible for more interesting bottom floor uses. Related to that, and this is maybe kind of thinking out in the future when there might be more activity in this area to spur more interesting bottom floor uses, I'd be interested in exploring options for a homeowner to even rent that bottom floor space to a small business person who might be looking for a lower cost commercial space. I don't know if that's allowed now, but I'd be interested in exploring that as another option for flexibility and use of that space. Again, especially on 16th Street, which will see a lot more activity once Randall Preserve opens. Also, as Councilmember Gameros has mentioned, and I know is very interested in ownership, I'm also interested in ownership housing. I want to make sure that ownership housing that we build in the city would be owned by residents of the city and not purchased by kind of corporations who then turn it into rental housing. So I don't know what we can do there, but it's something I wanted to flag and see if we can put that into consideration. And then finally, I saw some palm trees. I don't like palm trees. That's it.
Sorry, Councilmember Marr.
Because palm trees don't provide very much shade and they're not native to California.
They're not trees.
They're not. That's the reasoning. It's come up on council. If you don't spend your Tuesdays watching us up here, you wouldn't know that. But palm trees don't provide shade and they're not generally great for all of the native California wildlife. Yeah, if this were an approval hearing, I would struggle to justify the shrinking part of live work or of work in live work. Either it's residential or it's live work using the 250 square foot requirement. When we start shrinking it to the size of a closet, I struggle to think this is kind of anything other than a way of just squeezing more density onto the site. That being said, I have no problem with the design, with the general layout, with the overall approach. I just am struggling with that piece around work. I'd be curious to know, in addition to any other information on what you've seen work for parking, how much of the work and live work is actually being utilized. I don't know if that's information that's possible to get staff. I don't know if we've considered doing any surveys of the existing West Side overlays that promote live work, but I know one friend who's an artist who uses it as a studio. That's all I got. So anecdotal or otherwise, I'd be really curious. And then, just more broadly, I'll say none of us like very many of our overlays. It is something that we are working to change, but it will require a general plan amendment and spending the next 4 years beating our heads against a wall to do that. So I do have some remorse for developers who work very hard to stay within the rules, only to be told up here that we don't really like the rules. So it's not terribly fair to you. That being said, in this case, even if I don't like the rules, I have a hard time bending them quite as much as I think you're asking us to under this current plan right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, Marr and Reynolds and I finally found something we agree on, and it's palm trees. I had no idea. I'm not a big fan of palm trees either. Generally, I do concerns about the live work and what's the future of that. So my humility in designing and building a project like this is something I always mention. I hope you build something that's a wonderful product, fits the needs of people here in Costa Mesa, and is a project that people want to stay in, own long-term, not a high turnover. So build the best. I'll support the best product you can find for the marketplace, and that's my only advice. So thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Actually, we have a majority. I also hate palm trees. Real quick, exactly, bringing the agenda next time. We'll just ban them outright. Real quick, I think Reynolds had a lot of good points I want to follow up on. Generally speaking, I am sensitive to the fact that Reynolds Preserve is a parcel away. So to the extent you guys could be mindful of the native species we're trying to bring back to the preserve, that'd be really, really appreciative. I think that's where my comments end for the applicant. I think for staff, what you're kind of hearing from council is that alongside rezoning our Measure K zones, we probably want to look at updating our overlay zones and our master plans. They're not really fitting the need currently, and I, for one, agree with Councilmember Marr. It's really unfair to tell an applicant, like, no, we don't want something when you're doing it only because our code allows it. We need to fix the code. It's not you guys that need fixing. Generally speaking, I would be inclined for less parking. I find that as we're transitioning more towards other transportation types, that might be less attractive for folks to drive everywhere. As of a big vision for the 16th Street, it's the entryway to Reynolds Preserve. And my vision's always been that we have bike paths that lead to open space like the Back Bay, which is on in our city, like Reynolds Preserve and Fairview Park. That to me is how you create equity for those that need park spaces. And this could be, again, I'm appreciative of the fact that you're making the first 7 homes a bit more appealing aesthetically for the street. And yeah, again, I'll never pass up a chance to critique Measure Y, because it's honestly been really bad for our city. We probably are held back by Measure Y in this project to make a better project, one that can include affordability, things like density bonus, things like that. So yeah, overall, I appreciate your effort in making this work. I understand the need for having to make this weird two-car garage / carport configuration. But I think that's a sign for us in the city that we need to be looking at not just Measure K zones, but really down the line a bigger overview of all Costa Mesa, because the city is changing, like it or not. I got in council at 23. I'm now 28. In 10 years, I'll be 38. And the city that we need to build is one that's going to be good for my children and my grandchildren, not one that's good for the folks that could be my grandparents. So thank you.
Oh, God. In 10 years, I'll be 71. Jeez, 38. That's great. Anyhow, happy birthday, Councilmember Chavez. So I think that, the project is good, in my opinion. It's it's an upgrade in the land use. Just kind of applying my general principle of saying people should be able to do what anything legal on their property as long as it doesn't adversely, unreasonably and unduly affect their neighboring properties. This is actually a good development in terms of the neighboring properties. It makes them more compatible because the Ruka site, great business, great Costa Mesa business, but and they were there first, by the way, but there were some of the people that were living in that I can't remember what it's called, but the adjacent lighthouse, they sometimes complained about the skateboarding that happened over there. But I do think, I agree with some of the comments that this whole live-work thing is a little bit anachronistic. We now live, I don't think anybody's going to do a tattoo parlor in there or whatever. We live in an environment now where a lot of people work from home, and they work from home in all different, it's not just live work. It's pretty much in all of our neighborhoods. So, so there's that, and it just seems like a way to bootstrap more density. And I think the council is, committed to, in something like this, to have the density. The parking, yeah, I get it. I'll have to think about that. I'm generally okay with it, the guest parking. It's just, nobody that lives there is going to be able to host Thanksgiving dinner, but that's okay. And I'm not quite sure how I feel about palm trees. I'm not gonna take a position, but I hadn't thought about it. But you know what? It's just like when Councilmember Reynolds brought up the bus benches. Now I'm going to be doing nothing but looking at palm trees. So that's all we have. Do we have to make a motion to receive and file or anything like that, or can we just move on to the next item?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I'm trying to sort of consolidate in my head the feedback we're getting from council as well. I think one of the discussion points here is the kind of the limitations created, especially on the ground floor, both in potential workspace and in access to the residential space. So limitations created by the additional guest parking needed. I want to be clear that I'm expressing, I'm, especially if there's data that shows a lower parking requirement needed, I'm open to reducing that parking requirement. 128 parking spots for 38 units sounds excessive. If there's data that supports reducing that, I'm open to that. I wasn't sure, it's not clear to me what everyone else's position on that is, and I think it would be helpful for the applicant to hear, and staff.
Okay.
I'll say it again.
Question on parking.
We don't need to overpark if you don't need to overpark.
Can I ask a question? If you reduce.
Hold on one second. So let's.
And Scott, if you felt like it was clear, that's another thing. It didn't feel clear to me.
Okay, we'll just go down and do a speed round on parking. Councilmember Chavez.
I think it's fine to reduce it. I mean, look at the damage it's causing to these properties, having to make these tiny little offices. I could mention something else.
Yeah, I agree. It's never a good way to start off a project designing it simply because of the parking requirements.
Yeah, I thought I was clear, but yeah, I'm open to the parking reduction.
With more data.
So do you, if with less parking?
Gamero, speed round to you.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Speed round to,
If you less parking, you plant more palm trees? What do we
yes,
do?
no, I didn't know.
What exactly do you do with the less parking? What does it become?
No,
What is the
no,
less
if there's, you know, with this parking, God, what is it? 72?
I understand it looks like excessive parking to me too. I just wonder what it translates into.
So especially on Plan P1 and P2, it allows increase in the space on the ground floor. So workspaces that are limited to 120 square feet can grow.
Yeah, I'm good with that too.
Okay, good. Councilmember Gameros? No. You're good. Okay. Everybody good? Okay, let's move on to the next item.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you for investing in Costa Mesa. Yeah, and why don't we take a little break just so people can go to the restroom, like try to get back by 10:40. 10:40? You can't hear me? Turn it up. There you go. All right, we're back on the record. It's 10:41, and we're going to bring up the, let's see, I guess we're going to go to public hearing number 2.
Thank you. This is adoption of a resolution entitled Resolution Number 2024-10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, establishing and adopting an affordable housing in lieu fee schedule for the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Presentation by Ms. Gregg, Contract Planner.
Ms. Gregg, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to ask to continue this item to July 16th.
All right.
Second.
I'll second and third it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you got some enthusiasm on my left. Okay, so we're going to say it's seconded by Gameros. There's no, Mara Gameros wants, the motion is to continue to July 2nd. There's no discussion on this type of motion. Sorry. Oh, July 16th?
Whatever the Tuesday.
I thought she said July.
Is the city manager back on that?
Oh, you'll be back on the 16th?
I'll be back hopefully on the 3rd, but definitely by the 16th.
Okay, so then do you want to do, so we'll just do, you want to do the other one on the 16th or do that one on the 2nd? The one we moved before? Did we have put a date on that?
That makes sense.
We didn't, but actually I have a question for our consultant. Just real quickly for my sanity, does changing the threshold change the in lieu fee you would recommend?
Yes.
Yes.
So we should.
No, not the threshold.
Oh, I'm sorry, not
Oh,
the
sorry.
threshold, not the threshold, no.
Okay, so like we can go to like 1 to 100 and your analysis wouldn't change.
Well, just to be clear, if you were doing a very small threshold, like some cities are at 3 units, then I would say, yes, it does, because then I would suggest a sliding scale fee for, say, 3 to 30. But once you get it, as 30 was what you were discussing earlier tonight, it doesn't make a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, so, all right, anyway, we're just going to act on the motion. Let's go.
Just real quick.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to apologize to all the folks who have stuck out till 10:45 or so. I owe you all coffee or maybe a cocktail.
Also, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, we have no other items for July 2nd meeting. It would be just the affordable housing ordinance coming back and the 30-unit question unless we put them both on the 16th. We have no other items for July 2nd.
Cancel the July 2nd meeting?
We could.
You're
Oh, okay. So would the maker of the motion add to move the prior one to the 16th as well? Yeah, you could do that. Is that okay? And it's okay with whoever seconded over there,
Yeah.
Camaros?
Yes.
Okay, good stuff. So then we might be able to cancel the July 2nd meeting, and then we'll move both to July 16th if this motion passes, which I'm pretty confident it will. And I will say, you just heard what Councilmember Mars said, and most bars are open till 2 in.the morning. So let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good, thanks. Let's do, we still have one other item, which is new business item number 2. And I think we could just take up those 2 items in one staff report in one item, right? I think that'd be better.
Would be under the public hearing,
Yeah, funny.
Yep.
Okay.
This is appointment to the Parks and are we ready? Appointment to the Parks and Community Services Commission. For your consideration is one appointment to the Parks and Community Services Commission by Councilmember Gameros. 8 individuals submitted an application: Nancy Whitlock, Yesenia Delgado, Syed Zia Hussein, Eric Roberts, Brandis Lager, Julia Hogard, Kenneth Smith, and Marla Ogilvie. After public comment, staff recommends making the appointment, and this concludes the presentation.
All right. Let's open it up to the public. I don't think anybody wants to speak on this one. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend Brandis Leah Ledger from District 3.
Second.
Okay. Are you all right?
Yep.
You good?
Oh,
You
I'm
good?
sorry.
Okay. So, Councilmember Gameros, do you have anything to say regarding your motion?
Yes, just very briefly, I just want to thank everyone who applied. And for those of you who reached out to me personally, I'd like to thank you. I did look at every one of these very closely, and I do feel that Brandis has been a very great community leader and represents our community in a very strong fashion, and I think she's going to be a great Park and Rec Commissioner. That's all.
All right, thank you very much. Anything from the second?
I trust the maker of the motion.
Fair enough. All right, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so everybody, if you could, keep your seat, because we're going to adjourn on behalf of two members of our community who have died in recently. As Councilmember Chavez said, we're adjourning in honor and memory of Don Marr, and also Danny Sugatan. Now, Danny Sugatan isn't just he was an employee of the city of Costa Mesa, storekeeper in the warehouse section of the city's Public Works Department. He passed away on June 4th, 2024. Danny was a valued member of the city team for over 11 years, and he will be greatly missed. He was known for his positive attitude and amazing support of all city departments. He is survived by his wife, Juliet, who is also employed in the city of Costa Mesa's Parks Department, and son, Kainoa. Danny was only 53 years old, so may he rest in peace and we close the meeting and adjourn in his honor and memory.